been recognized at the national level, and its alumni have occupied top positions in corporate and governmental agencies. Among them are Wimbo Santoso, who is the chairman of the Indonesia Financial Services Authority or OJK. Doni P. Juano is the Deputy Governor of Bank Indonesia, the Central Bank of Indonesia. Didik Hartianto is the President Director of PT KAI, the Indonesian Railways Company. Haryanto is the owner of Dimension Footwear Group, which owns two reputable footwear brands in Indonesia with more than 30,000 employees. To strengthen the bonding between graduates, the Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret provided forum named CAFEB or Keluarga Alumni FEB UNS. CAFEB committed contributing to improve the quality of the Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret graduates and institutions through collaboration between graduates, providing career opportunities and internships, and providing scholarships for the Faculty of Economics and Business students. The Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret has established its vision to be a leading school of economics and business at the national level and recognized at the international level. The Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret currently has 8 degree programs consisting of 4 bachelor undergraduate programs, 3 master programs, and 1 doctoral program. All programs have been accredited by the National Accreditation Board or BAN-PT, an independent accreditation institution or LAMEMBA. To produce graduates who have strong creative personalities and are able to compete in the era of globalization, the Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret opened an international classes for undergraduate programs where the learning process is entirely in English.
Faculty of Economics and Business Sebelas Maret University has become a center for developing high-performing and sustainable economics and business schools at national and international levels based on novel national cultural values. We invite students and researchers from all over the world to come and join us for a better future. FEB UNS, berpikir bijak, santun berkarya.
The Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret has an extensive network and actively participating in the activities of professional organizations and university networks. Ensuring the quality of education and continuous improvement, the Master of Management program of the Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret has been accredited by ABES 21 since 2016. While undergraduate program in Management, Accounting and Development Economics has been accredited by ACAS. Research outputs of the Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret have been among the top 5 in Indonesia. A number of articles written by academic staff have been published in prestigious top-tier journals. The Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret also plays a role in community development through several activities, including community assistant training and consultancy for micro and small enterprises, rural development, and many others. The Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret is an inclusive campus that provides equal opportunities and space for people with disabilities, creates a multicultural environment that promotes mutual understanding. Embracing diversity and respecting all cultures makes every student feel recognized and valued. The Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret has developed mutual partnership with a number of reputable overseas universities and institutions. Students' participation in scientific, art, and sport competitions, both at the national and international level, is also strongly encouraged. Students also have opportunities to intern in corporations, governmental institutions, or non-governmental organizations. There are also opportunities for students to participate in international mobility programs to accelerate the quality of education and research. The physical, social, and psychological environment of the Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret is well built with adequate infrastructure by providing several laboratories, including a computer lab, mini bank lab, export-import lab, Sharia Banking Lab, Grammy Bank Lab, Big Data Lab, Fiscal Corner and Investment Gallery to support students' learning and research. The Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret also provides green open spaces area and communal spaces for students to exchange ideas, discuss and work on assignments. The Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret graduates have been recognized at the national level, and its alumni have occupied top positions in corporate and governmental agencies. Among them are Wimbo Santoso, who is the chairman of the Indonesia Financial Services Authority or OJK. Doni P. Juano is the Deputy Governor of Bank Indonesia, the Central Bank of Indonesia. Didik Hartianto is the President Director of PT KAI, the Indonesian Railways Company. Haryanto is the owner of Dimension Footwear Group, which owns two reputable footwear brands in Indonesia with more than 30,000 employees. To strengthen the bonding between graduates, the Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret provided forum named CAFEB or Keluarga Alumni FEB UNS. CAFEB committed contributing to improve the quality of the Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret graduates and institutions through collaboration between graduates, providing career opportunities and internships, and providing scholarships for the Faculty of Economics and Business students. The Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret has established its vision to be a leading school of economics and business at the national level and recognized at the international level. The Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret currently has 8 degree programs consisting of 4 bachelor undergraduate programs, 3 master programs, and 1 doctoral program. All programs have been accredited by the National Accreditation Board or BAN-PT, an independent accreditation institution or LAMEBA, to produce graduates who have strong creative personalities and are able to compete in the era of globalization. The Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret opened an international classes for undergraduate programs where the learning process is entirely in English.
Faculty of Economics and Business Sebelas Maret University has become a center for developing high-performing and sustainable economics and business schools at national and international levels based on novel national cultural value. We invite students and researchers from all over the world to come and join us for a better future. FEB UNS, berpikir bijak, santun berkarya.
The Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret has an extensive network and actively participating in the activities of professional organizations and university networks. Ensuring the quality of education and continuous improvement, the Master of Management program of the Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret has been accredited by ABES 21 since 2016. While undergraduate program in Management, Accounting and Development Economics has been accredited by ACAS. Research outputs of the Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret have been among the top 5 in Indonesia. A number of articles written by academic staff have been published in prestigious top-tier journals. The Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret also plays a role in community development through several activities, including community assistant training and consultancy for micro and small enterprises, rural development, and many others. The Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret is an inclusive campus that provides equal opportunities and space for people with disabilities, creates a multicultural environment that promotes mutual understanding. Embracing diversity and respecting all cultures makes every student feel recognized and valued. The Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret has developed mutual partnership with a number of reputable overseas universities and institutions. Students' participation in scientific art and sport competitions, both at the national and international level, is also strongly encouraged. Students also have opportunities to intern in corporations, governmental institutions, or non-governmental organizations. There are also opportunities for students to participate in international mobility programs to accelerate the quality of education and research. The physical, social, and psychological environment of the Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret is well built with adequate infrastructure by providing several laboratories, including a computer lab, mini bank lab, export-import lab, Sharia Banking Lab, Grammy Bank Lab, Big Data Lab, Fiscal Corner and Investment Gallery to support students' learning and research. The Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret also provides green open spaces area and communal spaces for students to exchange ideas, discuss and work on assignments. The The Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret graduates have been recognized at the national level, and its alumni have occupied top positions in corporate and governmental agencies. Among them are Wimbo Santoso, who is the chairman of the Indonesia Financial Services Authority or OJK. Doni P. Juano is the Deputy Governor of Bank Indonesia, the Central Bank of Indonesia. Didik Hartianto is the President Director of PT KAI, the Indonesian Railways Company. Haryanto is the owner of Dimension Footwear Group, which owns two reputable footwear brands in Indonesia with more than 30,000 employees. To strengthen the bonding between graduates, the Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret provide a forum named CAFEB or Keluarga Alumni FEB UNS. CAFEB committed contributing to improve the quality of the Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret graduates and institutions through collaboration between graduates, providing career opportunities and internships, and providing scholarships for the Faculty of Economics and Business students.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our conference is about to begin. Please have a nice seat and back at your position. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sebelas Maret International Conference on Digital Economy 2025, organized by Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Sebelas Maret, supported by the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, and Indonesia Endowment Funds for Education. Good morning and our warm welcome to the Honorable Vice Rector of Academic and Research, Universitas Sebelas Maret, Profesor Dr. Fitria Rahmawati, SSI, MSI, the Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business, Profesor Bimo Rizky Samudro, SA, MSI, PhD, our keynote speaker, Professor John Goodell from University of Akron, United States, and Professor Bruno Sergi from Harvard University and University Messina, Italy. All invited speakers and all participants of Sebelas Maret International Conference on Digital Economy 2025. I greet you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. It is with great honor, my name is Alifa Faidur Rohmafi Bayani. I am your Master of Ceremony for this plenary session today. We are very glad to see you, all participants here, and appreciate for taking your time and effort to join us. We would like to extend warm welcome to all participants who are kindly interested in our today's conference. Welcome to Solo, the spirit of Java, to experience the beautiful city of Solo. I hope everyone will have a memorable experience from this event. The Excellency, distinguished participants, and ladies and gentlemen, opening our event today, I humbly request all the distinguished speakers and participants to kindly rise for the national anthem of Republik Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
Indonesia, tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah aku berdiri, jadi
and gentlemen, please be seated. Continuing to our next agenda, we would like to invite the Vice Rector of Academic and Research, Universitas Sebelas Maret, Profesor Dr. Fitria Rahmawati, SSI, MSI, to kindly proceed to the stage to deliver the opening remark. To Professor Fitria, please proceed to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Vice Rector for Collaboration, Planning and Internationalization, Dean of the Faculty of Economic and Business, respected keynote and invited speakers, and all participants. On behalf of the Rector of Universitas Sebelas Maret, who unfortunately is unable to attend this event due to an unprecedented agenda with the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, I'm honored to welcome all of you to the joint international event, the Sebelas Maret International Workshop on Economic Growth and Development in Emerging Market, and the Sebelas Maret International Conference on Digital Economy, which is jointly organized by the Faculty of Economic and Business and Center for Fintech and Banking, Universitas Sebelas Maret. Ladies and gentlemen, this initiative is fully aligned with the UNS Dream Team Strategic Program. In particular, it embodies the value of active, which resonate with our determination to collaborate actively with both national and international institutions. It is also in line with the mandate of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, which call upon universities not only to produce academic outputs, but also to deliver real impact on society. This mandate is vividly reflected in what we will witness during this event, which is the declaration of the International Association of Studies on Economic Growth and Development in Emerging Market. So we must ensure that this is not only a ceremonial statement, but a concrete commitment to advance Sustainable Development Goals number 8, to promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. Universitas Sebelas Maret will proudly take a leadership role in this consortium. So UNS will not only be among its founder members, but will also coordinate and guide the work of this network, ensuring that our collective research and collaboration generate real and meaningful impact. I encourage all participants to actively engage in this consortium and share your knowledge, expertise, and perspective. Let us ensure that our discussion today go beyond academic discourse and yield solutions that inspire policy, strengthen institutions, and support inclusive development, particularly in emerging markets. I extend my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee, the Faculty of Economic and Business, and the UNS Fintech Center, and also to our academic partners and all distinguished speakers who have made this event possible. And to the participants, I wish you a fruitful and inspiring workshop and conference. Let's work hand in hand with all of you to advance sustainable growth and development in emerging market. So enjoy the conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Fitria, for the warm opening remark. Moving on to the next agenda is the declaration of Consortium on SDG 8, International Association of Studies on Economic Growth and Development in Emerging Markets. Ladies and gentlemen, as the part of the declaration, allow me to read the joint declaration of Consortium on SDG 8. Joint Declaration of Consortium on SDG 8, International Association of Studies on Economic Growth and Development in Emerging Markets. We, the undersigned, recognizing the importance of achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 8, decent work and economic growth, and acknowledging the shared challenges and opportunities faced by emerging markets. Hereby declare the establishment of the International Association of Studies on Economic Growth and Development in Emerging Markets. Together, we commit to 1. Promoting collaborative research, knowledge sharing, and academic exchange. 2. Advancing sustainable and inclusive economic growth in line with the SDG 8. And 3. Building partnership that connect academia, government, industry, and society. Through this consortium, we pledge to strengthen cooperation and foster collective action for a better and more sustainable future. Signed in Surakarta, Indonesia on the 4th of September 2025. To sign the declaration, please come forward. Dr. Putra Pamungkas from Universitas Sebelas Maret. Dr. Ibrahim Fatwa Wijaya from Universitas Sebelas Maret. Dr. Tastaf Tian Riswandi from Universitas Sebelas Maret. Dr. Muhammad Yusuf Indra Purnama from Universitas Sebelas Maret. Dr. Budi Wahyono from Universitas Sebelas Maret. Dr. Taufik Arifin from Universitas Sebelas Maret. Dr. Ahmad Danu Prasetya from Indonesian Financial Service Authority. Professor Bruno Sergi from University of Messina, Italy and Harvard University. Dr. Nagatisen Katahenggam from Taylor's University, Malaysia. Dr. Ming Lanye from Tsinghua University, Taiwan. Dr. Muhammad Fauzi Zanil from Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation, Malaysia. Dr. Zairul Azhar bin Auzir from University Utara, Malaysia. Dr. Ui Kok Long from University Malaya, Malaysia. Dr. Sodabeh Bolorian from University of Buckingham, United Kingdom. Dr. Jorge Tavares Borges from Austin Technical University, Turkey. Professor Wan Asman Saini Wangah from University Putra, Malaysia. Dr. Abdul Halim Ahmad from University Utara, Malaysia. Professor Hui Che Hui from University Science, Malaysia. Professor John Goodell from University Akron, Professor Evan Lau from University Malaysia Sarawak, Profesor Bimo Rizky Samudro from Universitas Sebelas Maret, Profesor Irwan Trinugroho from Universitas Sebelas Maret, I would like to invite also Dr. Anto Prabowo from OJK, and lastly, I invite Professor Fitria Rahmawati to witness the signing ceremony. Tanda tangan ya, Bu. To Prof. Fitria and all speaker, please step forward a little bit. We will make this moment eternal with a photo session. Formal style first. Okay, freestyle now, please. Okay, and now please facing to the stage, we will take a picture with the participant. All the participants, please stand up and move a little bit to the front so that we can capture your picture. Okay, formal style. Okay, now freestyle. Okay. Thank you to all participants and all speakers. You may return to your seat. All right, moving on to the next agenda, I invite Professor Bimo Rizky Samudro, the Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business, to deliver the second opening remark. To Professor Bimo, please kindly proceed to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Morning. It's great honor to be here, to attending Sebelas Maret International Conference on Digital Economy held by Faculty of Economic and Business, Sebelas Maret, also UNS FinTech Center. First, I want to greetings and warm welcome to distinguished guests, Vice Rector Professor Fitria Rahmawati, also Vice Rector Professor Irwan Trinugroho, our keynote speakers, Professor John Goodell, Professor Kabir Hasan, our speakers, Prof. Wan Azman Saini Wan Mengah, Dr. Abdul Halim, Professor Hui Chi Wui, Professor Evan Lau, and Dr. Taufik Arifin, also steering committees, my esteemed colleagues, respected speakers, and also all participants. On behalf Faculty of Economic and Business, Sebelas Maret, it is my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to this conference. We are truly delighted to host such an important gathering that brings together scholars, academicians, practitioners, policymakers, and also industry leaders from around the world. The theme of this conference reflects pressing a need to understand, embrace, and shape the rapid transformation brought by digital economy. Today, digitalization is not only redefining business model and economic structure, but also reshaping social, human interaction, and also governance. In Indonesia, we are facing significant challenges: corruption, collusion, nepotism, the impact of global warming, also this disruption of economic brought by technological achievement. The rise of AI or artificial intelligence is transforming industries, and we must adapt by improving our skill, otherwise we will lag behind. However, these challenges also present opportunities. According to Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs, the Republic of Indonesia, the government continues to strive to accelerate Indonesia's digital economy to achieve high competitiveness from regional and global level. Furthermore, the government is promoting the Asian Digital Economy Framework Agreement, or DIFA, to maximize Indonesia's digital economic potential in regional level. At Universitas Sebelas Maret, we believe that this collaboration across disciplines, across institutions and nation is essential in addressing these challenges. Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Sebelas Maret, push our students to develop AI and the digital economy is combined by effort in collaboration with various parties. Through this conference, we hope to foster knowledge exchange, share the best practices, and build partnerships that will contribute to advancing digital innovation for global prosperity. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our keynote speakers, session chairs, and all of contributors whose expertise and dedication make this conference possible. I also extend my appreciation to all participants and all of organizers who have traveled near and far, either physically or virtually, to join us today. May this conference can be success. Thank you very much, and hope you can enjoy this conference until finish. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Bimo Rizky Samudro, for the warm remark. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for our main agenda, a keynote speech from Professor John Goodell from University of Akron, United States, who are joining us virtually. Good evening, Professor John Goodell.
Good evening to everyone. Sorry I can't join you there. It's really a honor for me to once again have an opportunity to engage with the wonderful colleagues in Sebelas Maret. And so thank you for inviting me to share some remarks. Let me get started by sharing my screen here. 1 second. And just be a moment. See. 1 sec. Can you see my slides now?
Professor.
Can you see them?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. I'll just...
Please make it full screen, Professor. All
there
right.
we are.
Thank you.
Very good. And then I have to somehow move myself out of the way. There we are. So tonight I'd like to just, well, tonight my time, share some thoughts about what's evolving, I think, particularly in the United States, but with great impact for the global financial system and emerging markets as well. And there's certainly speculative thoughts, intuitive thoughts, feelings, but motivated by a sense that the U.S. financial system is undergoing some very severe changes. And as I reflect on it, I find myself asking the question, is finance becoming a more of a belief system? You know, I've been in finance a long time. I've invested for a long time. I invested decades ago with my father as kind of my teacher, and we always believed in fundamental values of looking at the fundamental values of companies, or extending beyond that, that we could simply invest in the US markets and not worry about the ups and downs and the ins and outs, but everything would turn out okay. But I'm sensing now maybe things have become different, that there are hidden risks, or risks that seem obvious now to me, but maybe not to everyone, that have suddenly appeared. Is finance in itself becoming more and more of a belief system on a personal level, on a national level, on a national cultural level, at the expense of rationality and fundamentals? In the US, there's a frequent term, I suspect many of you have heard of it before, called wokeness. And it seems to be employed by a large number of people that have sort of a resentment for perhaps the modern era. I know I'm being over reductive, or resentment, I would say, for considering the public good. And since we all just signed the wonderful Global Development Goals document, I certainly am in support of the intersection of finance and the public good in terms of environment and social values. But that view is not always shared in the United States in particular. So they have developed this strange term that says if you have a regard for the public good, you're somehow a liberal or somehow woke. In fact, they attribute many events in finance that are unfortunate to being the result of some wokeness, some DEI in employment, or some desire to be green, or something cause it. And of course, it's in my view, much of that is just rubbish, right? But in response to that, perhaps oversimply, this is a clay figurine of Confucius that was kind enough to be given to me by some wonderful people when I visited China recently. And I actually was last March in Jinan in Shandong province, and got very acquainted with Confucius and the traditions there. But playfully, you know, maybe at this stage in my career, I can do a few playful projects. We, together with my co-authors, Ming-Sheng Li, especially at Bowling Green, and two wonderful younger colleagues, we simply decided to do a reply to the wokeness idea, and that regarding green is somehow a new idea, regarding the public good is somehow a new idea. And we tried to find a relationship between intensity of Confucian culture around Chinese provinces with better ESG engagement and better ESG performance. And we did find that positive correlation, and I won't go into the details of that, but you can tell where I was going with it was I was trying to suggest that no, in fact, ESG in finance, concern for the environment, concern for sustainability, is not a modern woke liberal idea, but in fact part of an ancient ethics tradition that is, if maybe in different names, is shared across the globe. That was my assertion hidden in this paper. Other examples of strange beliefs now emerging in finance is something I have talked about, I think perhaps here as well. I'll just briefly mention again. For instance, in the United States, if you want to have a mutual fund that qualifies as for retirement savings with certain tax advantages, that mutual fund must be investing in assets and choosing asset weightings based on what is called pecuniary reasons only, or for the only considering the return. So there's no necessarily, for instance, Islamic finance mutual funds in the US that qualify at this time, that qualify for being qualified retirement funds, because they would invest, or they would be seen to be investing based on values rather than pecuniary reasons only. And similarly, there's no like fundamentalist Christian funds that qualify as retirement funds and so on. But the issue of this lawsuit really was between different groups in the United States, was whether funds that invest and choose asset weightings based on ESG are in violation of the ERISA retirement laws, whether ESG is pecuniary or non-pecuniary. And those that have heard me talk on this before, I present an argument that ESG is arguably pecuniary. I think arguably is the key word here, because it now goes back to the theme of the talk. You know, what is your belief? And how does that relate to finance? Some people may believe that ESG is rubbish, has no pecuniary value. Others may, with some evidence, believe otherwise. They may believe that, as I do, that in many instances, ESG can signal being a good citizen, and then by extension can signal being trustworthy. And then by extension can signal that the company is hoarding less bad news. And then ultimately by extension will be more stable company even in economic downturns. But again, that's an arguable point. I can't prove it in all cases. Certainly some companies greenwash and so on. But again, it goes back to what is your beliefs, and how beliefs are now in a massive way shaping finance all across the US financial system, and then, of course, with great impact on the global financial system. So, yeah, I argue ESG is pecuniary because all finance involves contracts. You know, we know that from finance theory. Contracts all involve asymmetric information, so they require vetting, and vetting entails transaction costs. And so ESG enhances trust, lowers the level of vetting required, and lowers transaction costs. Certainly seminal theories in academic finance, Hart and Moore, Williamson, Kenneth Arrow, even so on. But moving on from that, and of course, yeah, we have in the belief system with ESG and whether firms are reliable, you can argue a stakeholder perspective that I've just argued, you know, that it enhances trustworthiness. You can also argue the opposite, that maybe there's an agency perspective, that firms engage with ESG simply for window dressing to obfuscate greater expropriation by bad agents and so on. Certainly arguable. But again, it comes down to the belief system. And by arguing that, I would say, by arguing that mutual funds now cannot weight according to ESG, is kind of saying some beliefs are okay and some are not. Kind of moving on from this in the interest of time, because I've kind of summarized that. ESG trust depends on your beliefs. And beliefs are actually going on to spectacular exaggerations in the United States. Now that Trump has replaced Biden as the president, you might guess he was quite opposed to allowing firms to weight according to ESG. And firms have mutual fund firms have definitely in an overt way have stepped back from weighting according to ESG out of fear of the executive branch. BlackRock, for instance, was suffering what we call, I guess we call being blacklisted in the state of Texas for supposedly weighting mutual funds according to ESG, and they've apologized because they didn't want to lose Texas for their retirement business. but in a spectacular exaggeration, the president has now put forth through the Justice Department the notion that mutual fund companies that weight toward ESG are actually committing a criminal offense. They're suggesting it, which is, I think, to any reasonable person is entirely preposterous. But it's a part of they would claim in court, and they are claiming in court, it's a form of antitrust that all these mutual fund companies are weighting towards ESG in some sort of a conspiracy to act against, say, certain fossil fuel industries and so on, which I guess with the theme of my talk, with beliefs, is the saying that now we have leaders on high that are introducing notions that I think a reasonable person would say is ridiculous, but now leading the belief system of the public in the area of finance. So, this is now relating to institutional integrity. Now mutual funds under a legal attack based on antitrust, which is crazy. The threat of legal action to determine mutual fund weightings. And then we can go further. We have tariffs now that have been temporarily, at least not suspended, but temporarily ruled by a level of court in the US as being illegal. But clearly, all of the tariffs that have been imposed by Trump since he started his presidency in January are, to any reasonable person, and I would emphasize reasonableness, because reasonableness is really a pillar of common law versus, say, civil law, where we just decompose the technical wordings of documents in however we wish to. Reasonableness is not specious. It is a fundamental pillar, I think, of institutional integrity. And clearly in the US, the Constitution says the presidency cannot impose tariffs unless there's a national emergency. Tariffs can be employed. People have different opinions of them, but they must be an act of Congress. They must be passed by the Senate and the House and the legislature of the US. So all of these tariffs that are imposed now are imposed under the umbrella notion that there's a national emergency, which is evidently absurd, right? The stock market is doing well. People are employed. There is no emergency. It's absurd. But yet it can be umbrellaed as such because now our finance and our public economic policies are now being shaped by beliefs, and just sort of injected beliefs that don't really have a lot of credibility, in my view. Thank you for letting me share my views. But is finance becoming a belief? Is there an increasing intermingling of finance and belief systems? And who decides? The public, through voting, perhaps? The president? The president would have what Oliver Hart would describe as residual control rights. They can act, can be challenged in the court. Ultimately, what we're seeing is that Mr. Market is actually maybe the last resort of rationality, at least to some degree, that bad policies are reflected in the stock market. But now we've seen recently, maybe not. Maybe the stock market is becoming less rational. I say that in the knowledge recently. I was just reading that Warren Buffett, who I've long regarded as a particularly rational investor and someone my father looked up to a lot, and he kind of trained me, you might say, as an investor when I was a teenager. Warren Buffett apparently has had his worst quarter in the first 4 months of this year, first 4 months of 2025, than he's had since 1990. I think there's a sort of it speaks to something. That's a bellwether sort of fact. And of course, now we see in the last few weeks a very heightened pressure on central bank independence as well. And I would say this new injection of beliefs in finance has particularly important ramifications for portfolio management. I mean, all my life, I believe strongly in the idea that, Harry Markowitz, Harry Markowitz, who passed away a few years ago in 1959, developed portfolio theory, and I certainly embraced that. I maintained a lot of investments in various U.S. market indices. I trusted to the idea that maybe the U.S. market would go up and down, but it would always be trending upward in some way. And that by being diversified, I really was not suffering much risks. But the risk for me, was an epiphanal moment this year, was I realized that I'm not really diversified against U.S. government instability, that some person in the White House can assume power, impose tariffs, threaten war against invasion of Greenland or invasion of Canada. All of these things could have a severe market impact. It is a bit strange. It's something I wrote about in a short article in Financial Research Letters, how many global events don't affect the markets at all. But I argued in that short paper that many global events, for instance, the firing of test missiles or so on, that might threaten nuclear war, those things are threatening things that are not survivable. So the markets don't care. The markets don't care what would happen to individuals, don't care what happens to their 401k if there's nuclear war. It's not survivable. But COVID-19 changed that. We had a massive global event, was inherently survivable. And now markets are thinking in a different way about risk. But now this is a new one. This is a new one about what happens if the US, which is the pillar of global finance, becomes just fundamentally institutionally unstable. And I realized this in a single moment. And many people in the US would argue that I was foolish to realize that. Because yes, when the tariffs were imposed, the market went down a lot. I spent some money, for lack of a better expression, doing a lot of rebalancing into European equities, European bonds, some specialized companies, very different than what I normally would invest in. And what we've seen is that in a sense, the U.S. market recovered. The U.S. equity market has a staggering impact on global equity. Prior to all this upheaval this year, it had, I believe, reached 62% of global equity. And of that 62%, a huge portion are the so-called Magnificent Seven, the NVIDIA, Facebook, Google, and so on and so forth. Meta, I should say. The permanent change to the system will engender a negative standard of living, right? I'm just kind of moving myself away from so I can read my own slides here. This permanent change to the U.S. financial system, but I realized I wasn't diverse anymore. And I needed to be, because in finance, we talk about ex ante risks. And yes, the S&P 500 has recovered very nicely, but it depends again on your beliefs. If you believe in simply the U.S. stock market, you live in the U.S., you only are concerned with the U.S. dollar, you would say the S&P 500 has recovered fully. And so all this worry about Trump's policies was silly. That would be one system of beliefs. The other system of beliefs would say, if you do consider the fall in the US dollar, which went down, it fell about 10%, and now it's recovered to, over the year, perhaps a fall of 7%. But if you do consider that, then it would appear that investments in European assets, European equities, would actually have been outperforming still the S&P 500. But one doesn't actually hear that a lot. Maybe I'm not listening to the right channels, but I don't hear that a lot in the US. I would say it's because people are biased by their beliefs. Historically, there's a message that many finance academics like myself, we grew up with. Strong middle class, good governance, a good financial system. And we were always taught in the US, a very US-centric point of view, that the US had the best governance, mainly from a investor protection point of view. And we would think about that in terms of common law. And common law has the feature, it might be quite over-reductive, over-simple, but common law has the feature that the judge has discretion to determine duty of care. So, for instance, the executive Ken Lay, who was found guilty in the bankruptcy of Enron, one of the largest companies in the US many years ago, the judge said, looking at the body of evidence, that Ken Lay did not fulfill his duty of care. And not necessarily in every legal jurisdiction would that have been able to be determined. But perhaps the essence of good governance, I'm now evaluating things again this year for the first time. Perhaps the essence of good governance in terms of being an investor is not so much investor protection, important as it is, but stability becomes even more important. And so where are we with stability? And which system of governance and which country that seeks to be predominant in global finance will offer ultimately the most stability? Related to this is something that I find fascinating, but was discontinued, I believe, some years ago. But they did it for several years. It was something that was done in the United States for several years. It was called the Survey of Americans and I'm typo. It should be economists on the economy, not economics. So what they would do is get a large sample of general public and a large sample of economists, and they would ask them the same questions about what is good for the economy. Of course, now this sort of thing depends on kind of a collective judgment about what is good for the economy in order to interpret the survey. And generally, these questions were framed around what was kind of accepted years ago as to what is good for the economy, which would be free trade, not necessarily government interference in business, and many things that would be considered, say, a standard fare of the Reagan era, say, or the 1980s and 90s in the United States. But anyway, they would then compare the responses of the public to the responses of the economists, right? And I think sorry, I put my slides got out of little order. Here it is. I'll come back. Apologies. So this can be described in the Economic Journal by someone who's written extensively on this, Brian Kaplan. But basically what would happen is they would compare the results of the public and economists on basic questions. This might not be readable, like tax cuts or free trade and so on. And they found that the gap between I'll come back to where I was here for a moment. The gap between the public and economists grows wider when the economy goes down. It doesn't actually get wider with level of standard of living, but if the standard of living falls, there's a change, then the gap between the public and economists becomes wider. In other words, people become more foolish with their interpretation of economics as their standard of living changes down, right? With regard to the US dollar, we have another system of beliefs. And the US dollar has maintained it's been like a very high level, as we know, prior to the fall this year, but stabilized despite the trade deficit, which would indicate the dollar should be lower. But the US has a very high US capital account surplus. More people invest in US capital markets than Americans, or more money goes into US capital markets than American money goes into overseas markets, right? And but now I think it's been widely noted, there's a retreat from treasuries for a lot of reasons. Treasuries have always been regarded in investment theory as the true safe haven, the Tobin separation, that you can basically view any asset or any portfolio, sorry, as two assets, a risky basket and treasuries. But now, will that really stay the same? Will there still be the appetite for treasuries? Treasuries have to be set to an interest rate in order to fulfill the auction. And we can look back to the early 80s when there was a problem with that, and interest rates spiked. And nowadays, there's a system of beliefs being put forward that the Fed should cut rates and cut rates, but the public doesn't seem to be quite cognizant that fiscal policy can come in and have something to say about that. Monetary policy may try to lower rates all the time, but if you can't sell the treasuries, then you won't be able to keep rates low. And it has happened before, and it could happen again if the US economy, maybe at the same time the US economy finally starts getting a little sluggish from the tariffs. We don't know. It's a question of beliefs and interpretation, but belief systems entering into it. A lot of entities are quite likely fleeing treasuries because they're simply angry with the US, simply not willing to support the US, simply going elsewhere. And but the issue that's widely reported is if US treasuries fall in value because people sell, they sell now to go where? The great unresolved question. And how much volatility until treasuries are regarded as something other than a safe haven? And now we have, of course, recently in the Financial Times, countries are now beginning to swap out of dollar debt into renminbi debt or euro debt and other Swiss franc debt, according to this one, to raise debt in other currencies other than the US dollar. And we also have a recent report from New Zealand Sovereign Wealth Fund that they regard the US financial system as a lot riskier than they thought, and they're kind of shifting a lot of their weightings towards Europe. These are all belief systems. In the US, a lot of US investors don't buy that at all. What will happen to the US dollar as it goes down and down? Will US investors even care? Sorry, I think I got my slides out of order there. And now the new belief system with monetary policy. Well, and also monetary policy itself, rates have a symbolic endorsement value now. That I personally, I didn't feel that as so strongly in previous decades, that there's a part of it, it seems, and of course this is my intuitive impression, that rate cuts are a symbolic endorsement that the economy is doing well. And under the new belief injection into finance, rate reduction then becomes more than simply an economic stimulus. It becomes a belief stimulus. I know I'm speaking a little intuitively here, but I feel this. So in other words, anyway, what about, and kind of concluding now, what about tariffs and anti-globalization as values, as a belief? It's really, I'm going to be very speculative, intuitive here, maybe in closing, maybe reaching too far. But is the U.S. setting beliefs at a country level in order to retreat from globalization? Or and maybe a better way of saying it is the retreat from globalization that many US voters, not just the president, are seeking, is that an effort to set beliefs at a country level rather than a global level? We see that so much with the US. They retreat from the Paris Agreement, the retreat from the World International Court, the retreat from global alliances. And is this really an attempt to create an insulation of the US belief system? And if it is the case, then it's very hard for me to see how the US financial system will continue to lead. But I might be surprised. There's a lot of forces of inertia that take place. We see that London is still, for instance, a very prominent financial center post-Brexit and so on. But we'll see what happens. And I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor John Goodell, for the inspiring keynote speech. Thank you for joining us in this occasion. All right, moving on to the next session, everyone. We are going to begin our plenary session with Dr. Dila Makrifani as moderator. I invite Dr. Dila Makrifani to the stage to lead the plenary session.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Distinguished speakers, respected professors, and dear colleagues. It is my great honor to serve you as the moderator for these plenary sessions of the Sebelas Maret International Conference on Digital Economy 2025. First, my name is Dila Magrifani, but please just call me Dila, because actually that is exactly the reason why I am standing here today. As you know, D stands for the dialogue, which lies at the heart of every session that I will lead these sessions. I stands for inspirations, to transform the knowledge into sparks of new ideas. L stands from learning, because each plenary is an opportunity for us to grow together. And the last one is A, stands for aspiration, the vision we carry forward after these discussions. So that is my name, Dila. I will stand here as a moderator to guide this dialogue today, ensure that inspirations will coming out, facilitated learning, and encourage your aspirations in this building. I cannot wait, but before we begin, let's have a little warm up, because I think I see some people already feeling sleepy. So let's have some little warm up. May I, Master of Ceremony? Okay. First, I invite you guys to take out your phone from the pocket, please. And I'd like to know how many times a day you spend on your screen time in average. I usually make these activities in my classroom in the business digital, and a bit surprised on how many hours. But now it will be special because I can understand how many hours if in the level of professor, of academicians. So that's why I'm a bit curious how many hours that academicians or professors might spend the screen time in their gadget. Let's start with this special table. How many hours, sir? Can I know about yours? How many hours your screen time in average in a day? We have the screen report. In the phone. See? How to check? Please, some committee to help the professors here. So sometimes to check the screen time report. Yes, we have the feature, sir, the screen time report. In the settings. It's a bit surprising. We are in the digital economic conference, guys. So it's a bit, okay. Is there any, let's my boss here. How many time, Pak Taufik? Can I mention it, sir? 5 hours and 54 minutes. Please give applause for Pak Taufik. Any higher bid? Higher bid? Pak Andi, berapa Pak? 2 hours and 58 minutes. I think you will have WhatsApp in your laptop. Oh, that explains. He just sick. So, anomaly moment ya Pak. All right, so we come the first table. You don't have the features? Okay. All right, so you are safe for this moment ya Pak ya. Oh, ini today ya Pak ya. 55 menit. Average-nya. You got it? 6 hours and 35 minutes. Any higher bid, maybe, from the audience? It's just not. No. Mine is a special case. Today we are just looking for the professors and the academicians. I'm a moderator this morning. Okay, I think the professors have some new games, guys. So they are very interesting right now to find how many hours they spend actually. Pak Anto, how many hours Pak Anto? Let's see, we are from the OJK, coba. How many hours Pak Anto? Sama kayak Pak Andi? More than Pak Andi. Di bawah Pak Taufik atau di atas? Please give applause dulu dong buat Pak Anto. More than 5 hours and 54 minutes ya Pak.
Dr. Dila,
Dalam?
we have Dr. Professor Evan in Zoom.
Oh iya, sorry. Dr. Evan, mine is 7 hours. The highest bid. So, please have the digital applause for Dr. Evan. Okay, I think that's enough for today. So, it is the homework for the professor to find the features, ya Pak. How many hours that we have usually spent a day. So that's why we are now here with this conference. Because to reflect that how digital transformation shapes not only our economy, but also they really fabric on our every daily life. And the economy is also the vital important things in our life. So that's why we are in the Sebelas Maret International Workshop on Economic Growth and Development in Emerging Markets. Please give applause for all of us. All right, thank you guys. So to make this moment more lively, let's just begin our plenary session by calling our speakers with a little pantun. But I need a help for the audience. Here is the rule. Every speakers will have really short pantun while I'm calling them to coming in here. Pantun is it's kind of a beautiful sentences just to play around. And I just want to check the voice of the audience. In every speakers, I will just only have 2 lines. For the first line, I will read it, and what I need is your response with your energetic vibes, with cakep. And for the second line, cakep meaning is cool, cool, good, kind, amazing, something like that. And the second line, when I mention the speaker's name, please give your warm applause as we welcome them to the stage. Do we have a deal? All right. Wisdom and zeal across the land. Please be with us, Dr. Professor Asman. Oke, first try ya, nggak apa-apa. Not bad. Second every speakers will have pantun. So this is the first. Prof. Asman, silahkan Pak. Dedication strong, a guiding beam. Please be with us, dear Dr. Halim. The third try, please more louder, guys. Impact and insight in markets to see. Thank you. Please be with us, dear Doctor. Prof. Hui. It's really difficult, guys, to make pantun in English. Really, it's really difficult. Let's have a seat, sir. Integrity shines. His knowledge very unique. Please be with us. Dr. Taufik, please warm applause for Dr. Taufik. The last but not least, excellent shared vision, which is so important. Please be with us, Dr. Prof. Evan. Mana? Hi, Prof. Ini nggak muncul ya? Is he coming up with in? Yeah. Good morning, Prof. Evan.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good.
You are the highest digital consumers, I think, today, with 7 hours a day. It is like 25% a day, ya Pak ya? More than that. 7 per 24. It's almost 35% a day in digital screen. Okay. So I think that's enough. We have our 4 speakers today in these plenary sessions. And I'd like to introducing each speakers, but I do apologize in advance that I will not reading the long CVs because I think it's already known. But I will summarize each speaker with the meaning hidden in their names. So just what I did for my name. So the first speaker will be Prof. Asman. A, academic leadership. Z, zeal. M, mentorship. A, analytical. And N, nation-minded. So Prof. Asman reflects the leadership and the zeal, a mentor with analytical sharpness and a scholar whose work serves society and nations. Please give warm applause for Prof. Asman. I think he make a recorder. For me? Yes. All right. Okay, so the stage is yours, Prof. Asman, for the first speaker. But I'd like to remind that we only have strictly 15 minutes. So after this, I change my mood a bit tense because we only have 15 minutes. And if there is a special signals from the committee, then I will also provide the informations. So the stage is yours, Prof. Asman.
You control the slides or I have to control? You control the slides. Working. Huh? You forward, backward. All right. Assalamualaikum. First of all, okay, thank you for inviting me to be part of this, prestigious conference. This is my third time to be in Solo. The first was in 2019, and then COVID came, and then I stopped traveling. So after 5 years, this is my second overseas trips. Last year, it was in Mauritius. So this is the paper that I'm going to share with you. The papers that I work with one of my PhD students, Pak Rahmat Heru Setianto. I think he's here, He's here from Surabaya, Erlangga Universities. Can also with Prof. Lau. Many of you can know Prof. Lau, and also we have Dr. Halim, can also Dr. Siti Norazira. Dr. Halim is here. So 3 of us are here to take any questions from the audience. All right, so the papers actually that I'm going to share with you it was under reviews when I prepared the slides to come to Solo, but two days ago when I came to Solo, I landed in Solo, I received the email that the papers was accepted in the journal. So this is the paper. So I'm going to take around 15 minutes to share with you. I'm going to go briefly because I only have 15 minutes to talk about the papers. Right, so how do we start? First, we came across the reports by the World Bank, and then and the report says that about 24% of adult populations they don't have formal access to financial services. They don't have bank accounts, and there are many reasons that they cite in the literatures, including documentations, lack of funds, and then the distance from financial institutions. And also at the same time, we observe that many banks in many countries they are growing stronger and bigger. For example, in Malaysia, for the past 15 years, we don't have many banks making billions in terms of net profits. But now we have, I think, 4 or 5 banks, commercial banks in Malaysia making billions. So these two facts about a lot of people having no access to formal financial services can also the banks is growing bigger and stronger, presents challenges, can also opportunities for governments, can also financial institutions like bank. And for governments, they have to address this. Right, so they have to address this because finance is very important for economic developments. So many countries they have introduced more than 60 actually, introduced financial inclusion strategies in order to address the problems with unbanked adult populations. And with banks getting bigger, getting stronger, and this introduce power imbalance in the markets between banks and also consumer, can also between banks and also new financial services providers like fintechs, e-wallets, and digital banks and others. So because of these two issues, and in response to this, and this also coincides with the launch of financial access surveys by international monetary funds. So there have been a lot of studies that investigate the impacts of financial inclusion on bank performance, but they focus mainly on profitability, stability, and also efficiency. So we reviewed the papers and we found out that there is no paper in the journals that focus on the impacts of financial inclusions on bank market power. But we strongly believe that there is some possible connections between the two. Right, and we review theoretical papers and models to find some possible links between financial inclusions and bank market power, and there are many actually, one of them is efficient structure hypothesis. So this theory predict that more efficient firms or banks they can compete more effectively, can gain larger market share, and with financial inclusions, we would expect that banks will grow bigger because they have a lot of capital and they are more able to tap new markets. And also regulatory capture theory. So this is a theory on political economics because normally banks they have huge influence in the markets. They have a strong political connections with regulator. So they could influence governments to design policies that favor them, right? So they can grow stronger with some political connections with the regulators. And switching costs can also customer initial is also predict that financial inclusion is going to have a positive impact on bank market powers because there are some consumer that would like to stay because the switching cost is high, or they just like to stay because of habits, familiarities can also perceive risk. And also, we found two theories that show some negative impacts of financial inclusions on bank market power. The first theory is quiet life. Quiet life means, some firms, they are willing to tolerate some level of inefficiency in order to have a stable life. So they are okay to have, slightly lower market power, as long as they are able to have a stable life. So we would expect that, according to this theory, financial inclusion is going to have a negative impacts on bank market power. And also the last one is public interest theory. So this is the standard theory. The responsibilities, the main responsibilities of regulators, of financial regulators is to protect the welfare of society. So with financial inclusions, we would expect that financial regulators is going to have all right. They are going to protect new players in the markets like fintech companies, e-wallets, digital banks, and others to have a level playing field for all in the market. So these two theories suggest that there is a negative impact of financial inclusions on bank market power. So again, we believe there is a connections between the two, but there is no direct empirical evidence that investigates the impact of financial inclusions on bank market power. By bank market powers, we mean that the abilities of bank to set prices higher than marginal costs. So we propose the models. This is a standard model used in many papers. We have learners as dependent variables, and then we have financial inclusions, and we have some controls. B, bank specific controls, and then we have C, vector C, which is country specific control variables. For learner, so we compute learner index for all banks. We have more than 600 banks from 72 countries. So we compute learner index for all banks. So we use revenues divided by total assets, right? And then compute marginal cost by estimating translate cost functions and take the partial derivative of the functions in order to get marginal cost. And Financial inclusion, we construct using principal components. So we have two dimensions. We have outreach and usage. For outreach, we have 4 indicators. We have bank branches and ATMs for 100,000 people. Okay, and also we have bank branches and ATMs for every 1,000 square kilometers. So usage, we have outstanding deposits with commercial banks, and then we have outstanding loans from commercial banks. So we construct using principal components, right? The index for both usage, outreach, and then from the index that we construct, then we construct the aggregate index for financial inclusion. So we have 3 indicators for financial inclusion: the overall index and the index for dimensions, outreach, and also usage. Controls, we have bank size, which is total assets, capitals, we have equity to asset ratios, we have loans, outstanding loans over total assets, profit, net profits over total assets. Diversifications, this is incomes from not non-interest income, incomes other than interest received by banks over assets, overhead costs over assets, and then we compute the Z-score for all banks, which measures bank stability. Country specific, we only have 2: GDP growth and also inflations. Data for bank specific are taken from data streams, and data for financial inclusions we collect from financial access survey, and then data for country specific GDP and also inflations are taken from World Development Indicator database by the World Bank. Right, so we have 4 different econometrics tools. So we start with the basic ones, the 2-stage, and then we proceed to generalized method at the moment. For the first 2 estimator, we use this to test the direct impacts of financial inclusions on bank market power. But we have 2 additional hypotheses. The second hypothesis is that we believe that bigger bank, they benefit more with financial inclusions, and the third hypothesis is stronger bank. I mean, bank with bigger market powers, they're gonna have better benefits from financial expansions. Samples, we have 10,000, 672 banks, 73 countries over 18 years. Initially, we collected more than, I think, 11,500 observations, and then we cleaned the data using Cook distance, and then we remove the outliers. So the final samples, we have 10,200 observations. 2-stage. The reasons why we use 2-stage GMMs and also thresholds with instruments, and also quantile regressions with instruments, because we believe that there'll be problems of endogeneities or reverse causality, because our hypothesis is that financial inclusions can affect bank market power. But at the same time, it is also possible that bank market powers will affect financial inclusion. So we need to address the problems by using instruments. So we start with 2-stage. So 2-stage, we use mobile, cellular subscriptions and internet usage. These are the standard instruments used for financial inclusions. So in the first stage, we test whether the instruments are relevant or not. We run simple regressions of instruments on financial inclusion indicators, and then for the aggregates, for dimensions, we found out that in all models that instruments are positive and significant. So this satisfy the first conditions for instruments, so in which instruments has to be relevant. In the second stage, and then we use the predicted values in the first stage, and we run the regressions, right, on the impacts of financial inclusions on bank market power, and then we found out that the impacts is positive and significance across all models for the aggregate index and also for outreach and also usage. So there is some issues when it comes to using mobile, cellular subscriptions and also internet usage because these two normally comes with technological advancements. Right, but with technological advancements, there'll be emergence of alternative financial providers like fintechs, right, e-wallets. That also depends on improvements in technology. So if that is the case, then there is some issues with instruments because instruments may violate exclusion restrictions for strong instruments. So we have to test this. So we use this, Klebergen's PAP, two tests actually, first is, wall test, and then we have LM test. So we find out that, the instruments that we use are valid and strong. So the results is consistent and unbiased. Then we proceed for the two steps, and two steps is more efficient as compared to one steps. So this is system GMMs that combines both level equations and also different equations, and this is easy. We don't need external instruments. We just use internal instruments. Let values for difference and also level variables in the models, and then we found out that financial inclusion has a positive impact and significance on bank market power, right? So and then we test the validity of the models using Hansen's and also AR2. So both clear the models. So the models is adequately specified and the results is valid. And then threshold. So thresholds, we let the models to decide whether there is threshold, bank size threshold in the relations between financial inclusions and bank market power. So we found out that the p-value is less than 5%, and then so there is bank size threshold, and then we estimate conditional least square by splitting the samples between two groups, high regimes and low regimes, 2 minutes. Is that okay? I give you pantun after this for 2 minutes.
We have a deal.
All right. And then, so we find that larger banks benefit more with financial expansions. Last one, last analysis, IV, instrumental variable quantile regressions. We use the same instruments as before, and then we estimate the impact of financial inclusions at different levels of bank market power. So we estimate 20%, 40%, 60%, and also 80%. And then the result shows that the impacts of financial inclusions are positive and significant across all quantiles. But we observe that there are some differences in magnitudes. So the ones at 80% quantiles looks bigger. And we have to test this. We test for slope equalities between 80% and 20%, and then it shows that the 80% coefficient is statistically bigger than the ones at 20%. So that supports our initial hypothesis that stronger bank or banks with more market powers they have more benefits from financial expansions, financial inclusion expansions. Conclusions, the last ones. So we find there is a direct linear impact of financial expansions, financial inclusion expansions on bank market power. And then we also found out that larger banks benefit more from financial expansions, and then stronger banks also gain more from financial expansion. So in terms of policy, so the governments they have to strike a balance between financial inclusion initiative, but at the same time they have to take care about the competitions in the markets because when banks becomes more powerful, right? So that's gonna have negative impacts on the consumer. So with that, thank you very much. Right, and pantun 2, 3 kucing berlari, saya sudah mau lari.
Please warm applause for Prof. Hasman. Thank you, Prof, for your insightful presentations. So now let us continue to our journey with the next speaker. This is stands for, please guess who will be the next speaker. This is stands for transparency, accountability, understanding, finance, integrity, and knowledge. Who will be the next speaker? Yes. Please welcome Dr. Taufik. He represents the transparency and accountability with integrity and knowledge that strengthen governance in the digital era. Please, Dr. Taufik, the stage is yours. Strictly 15 minutes.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's an honor for me to be here with all these distinguished speakers. For this opportunity, I will not talk about the political connection. If you look at my paper, mostly on political connection, but I think at the moment it's not a good idea. And sometimes I feel guilty when I read my paper because my paper mostly have a conclusion that having political connection is a good for firm, but not for society, right? You can feel now because, for example, politically connected firm tend to pay lower taxes, lower cost of borrowing, and so on, at the expense of the society. So sometimes feel guilty when discuss this paper. So in this moment, I try to present, and it's a new things for me as well. And also I try to work on new things, especially in this textual analysis. I will also try to present my paper, working paper, still work on it, with a colleague from KAIS, Korea, Saudi Arabia, also from Pakistan. I will explain it later. I will start this presentation with the, okay. So maybe there is one article published in Science magazine. They say that, the scientists from physical or natural scientists or science, there is a prediction that maybe in the future, 30 years ago, maybe now, this is because this is published 20 years ago. They said that will be a succession of the enormous innovation and so on in the area of the physical sciences and so on, natural sciences and so on, but not so much in the area of the social science. This is a self-predict. Of course, there is a debate that sometimes when we send a grant application and the reviewer is from the natural science, they always say, what is the benefit of your research? So it's difficult for us to explain what is the direct outcome of the research. Also, this is self-critic. So sometimes, even in accounting, 20 years ago, and in the beginning of 2000, there is examination to consider to switch from the rule-based accounting standard to principle-based, because when people using the rule-based, there is so many accounting fraud. So, or maybe the standard is wrong. So we try to move to principle-based like IFRS. Maybe in the next 30 years, there is still accounting fraud, and then we consider to switch again to the rule-based and so on. So it's like maybe this time we're doing this, next time we're doing that, and back again doing this and so on. So it's sometimes it's difficult to have a real benefit or real contribution to the society. But of course, there is a debate. So, but now with the technology, I think we try to solve the real things in the society. We can give some example. Previously, maybe if we want to know the behavior of the criminals, we do the survey, 1,000 survey and so on. But now with the CCTV, with geotagging video and picture, we can directly analyze this unstructured data, and we know the behavior of the criminal. And also, we want to know the behavior of the customer. We send the survey and so on. But now we can directly grab the information from the social media post and do the analysis. So we can have, to show the more strong empirical evidence to support our or to solve some society problems. And from all the unstructured data, from video and so on, the text is mostly most available, and most of it give more useful when we can extract, do the further analysis on the text. We can see here that we have so many text data, online reviews, social media posts, firm annual reports, analyst report, and so on. And to understand this kind of text data, we have to classify, the text producer or the text receiver, because mainly the text data, report and so on, there is a particular use and particular user that have particular purpose and so on. So we have also, we can do the similar method when we analyze the online reviews or social media, doing the same thing with the financial report. So we have to really understand the producer and also the text receiver. So this is the first important step to when we want to know or we want to analyze the text data. And in this opportunity, I would like to focus on first on the financial report, but later we will discuss about the future opportunity. Yeah, because now in Indonesia we have a limited resources, means that we have more opportunity to do the textual analysis. So this is one example how we can get the more tangible benefit when we do the text analysis. Can word predicts default, and we can read the paper from Netzer et al. In this paper, they try to predict the defaulters or the repayment behavior from the text that usually provided by the loan applicant, when we on the Prosper platform. So the applicant or the borrower usually they have to provide sort of paragraph, and then this researcher try to analyze those information that provided by the borrower. They try to understand the behavior by investigating what is the predictive power of the writing styles, which words are predictive of default, and what is the writing style that is most associated with the default. So the conclusion is that defaulters tend to write the hardship and financial hardship, like they explain about the divorce, stress, condition, difficulties, medicine, and so on. They also tend to write about the payday, child support, and so on. And the defaulters also tend to write the desperation and plea, like help, get, God bless, promise, and so on. And also external influence and others, like they tell about the family, father, mother, and so on, the external condition or influence. So, of course, this word have highly associated with the default repayment behavior. But of course, this is the highlight also that this text analysis is not replacement for the other analysis. So to predict the default, of course, we need also, do the financial aspect, and demographic aspect, and also the other things. So if we combine together with the textual analysis, we can have the higher predictive rate. And you can also read some other papers. This is one example. We can also predict the financial fraud by how the do the text analysis on the financial reporting. And later I will try to explain a bit about our paper, working paper. This working with the colleague from KAIS, Korea, and Saudi Arabia, Prince Sultan University, Prince Naura, and also my colleague from Pakistan, Afsin Abrar. Basically, this paper try to investigate the disclosure tone management after there is an data breach incident in the firm. So if we look at the previous literature, there is so many papers that try to investigate the determinants and also the outcomes of the disclosure tone. Mostly of the paper, they use the dictionary-based approach, LM, that usually mostly this is the famous one, because the library is already there, so we can use it. And in this paper, we try to see whether the data breach incident triggered the elevated abnormal positive tone. The previous papers say that there is specific condition of the firm that they try to disclose more optimistic tone. For example, the firms with small size, declining performance, they try to, when they choose the word and sentences, they try more to be positive or abnormal positive tone. So we try to investigate this on the data breach incident. And as you may know that this data breach incident or cyber attacks have a significant impact on the financial condition because the cost is very high. And if the firms doesn't have a mitigation on this risk, then the financial risk will have an impact on the reputational risk. So this is important for the firms to have the mitigate this problem. And most of the cyber attacks targeted the financial institution, especially the payment services. So there is a particular industry that have been targeted by the hacker. So in our method, basically there is a three method when we do the computer-aided text analysis: dictionary-based, supervised, and unsupervised learning. And this is the mostly used, people use the dictionary-based, so they classify the sentiment analysis based on the word list, so based on the word. So the LM library already have the classification, this word is positive, this word is negative, and so on. So they label this sentiment based on the word. And the supervised and unsupervised, there is a different method, but in the BIRD method, they try to combine supervised and unsupervised. So there is a two-step retraining and fine-tuning that will be discussed later. And in this paper, I will focus on the FinBIRD, that part of the modification of BIRD, especially for finance area. Sorry. Okay, so because there is there is a disadvantages when you use only dictionary approach. Some word in the general purpose means positive, but in particular area, for example, finance, it could be tend to negative, or the vice versa. For example, tax liability, foreign, define a negative word based on the dictionary approach. But if we bring this to the financial reports, the meaning could be different, depend on the context. So sometimes dictionary-based cannot see the context. So in FinBIRD, we can, based on the method, we can identify the context. So, how many still? 4 minutes? Okay. To summarize, basically the FinBIRD that we use as a robustness test, they can identify not only by words. So in dictionary base, we classify or label the sentence based on the word. So if the more positive word is using in the sentence, then we label as a positive tone. But in BIRD or FinBIRD, this method will also see the context. For example, greed is positive word, but it could be negative. For example, my iPad is broken. Great. So that could be negative because if we see the context, great could be negative. So this fin bird or bird, they see the whole sentences. Yeah, not only one sentence and conclude this is positive. So with a certain method, we try to summarize. And also this fin bird see the connection between word in the sentence and also connection between sentences. So Taufik eat chickens and chicken eats Taufik is different. So the fin bird can identify or differentiate these sentences. And this is the first part, the pre-training and the fine-tuning. Usually when we use for particular purposes, we have to do the fine-tuning. So in our research, we use the 10,000 sentences from the previous researcher. We have some label, this is positive sentence, and then there's one label. So we use this data set to train the machine after the pre-trained library used from the other famous provider like Google Bird. Yeah. And we analyze the 10K feelings, especially in the item 1A. In the initial data, we have 40,000. And then when we combine with the campus stat and also the database from the database incident, our final sample consists of 80,000 observation. And this is one example how we label the tone of its sentence in the financial report. And this is how we measure the optimal tone. So we have to estimate first the normal tone, and then we can estimate whether the abnormal positive tone is basically is above the normal tone. Yeah. So we identify, we measure the abnormal tone, and then we use this abnormal tone in our baseline method. So whether the breach incidents significantly influence the abnormal tone. I try to simplify.
It is 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. This is our baseline results that the firms that experience the data breach are tend to provide the abnormal positive disclosure tone even after 1 year. Yeah, we could not find until 2 years. So in 2 years they become normal, but after 1 year after the attack still abnormal. And then the magnitude is increased when there is a reputational loss is higher. So when the bigger firms, when the firms experience double attack, or their peer in the same industry also experience attacks, so the magnitude become increase. Yeah. And the visibility also become moderating variables. The firms that higher size, higher visibility, we have the same pattern that they tend to experience, provide the abnormal positive tone, but not for small firm, and also similar with the analyst following. And I think we'll try to conclude.
Yes.
Yes.
1 minute conclusion, please,
Okay.
Dr. Taufik.
So I think from the result we can see that the hypothesis is supported, and before that, this is the principle when we do the text analysis. That of course language is difficult to understand, yeah, and sometimes there is still some mistake in the machine and so on. So we have to really see, we have to validate when we do the textual analysis, because time flies like an arrow. If we change a little bit with the word, the flies will mean different. Yeah, and there is no global base, because if we use the same data, the same method, and then similar library, and we use it in the Indonesian financial report, will be different, because the word itself means different in different contexts, different country, sometimes. Yeah. So I think, and also again, one last sentence, quantitative methods for text amplify resources and augmented human, not to replace them. So we still need other kind of method to complement our text analysis. I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum
Thank you,
warahmatullahi
Dr.
wabarakatuh.
Taufik. Please warm applause for the insightful presentations from Dr. Taufik. So I think it is the time to jump first into our online professors. Dr. Ivan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. So the third speaker will be Professor Evan Lau. And for Prof. Evan, E stands for excellence, V stands for sufficiency, A achievement, and N is for network. So Prof. Evan carries excellence and vision with achievements that matter and networks that span the globe. Please, Prof. Evan, the platform is yours and the time. Please strictly 15 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me loud and clear. Let me
Yeah,
just.
it's clear.
All right. Okay. All right. Again, thank you very much for having me. I'm so sorry cannot be there for physically. So I'm doing this online. So everyone, very good morning still. And I'm glad to see most of my friends and colleagues and a lot of other fellow from Indonesia and all over the world, especially and from fellow Malaysian on the stage right now. Okay, so a little bit on my topic just now. The from the first topic and the second topic itself. So I go venture a little bit different direction perhaps. I'll look into a much more general topic about the title here, the future of economy. So I'll go ahead with what I'm trying to let everyone to share for everyone, right? To keep the timing of 50 minutes. If not, the moderator will be angry later. All right. Okay. So this menu for what I'm going to talk about for the next 12 minutes or so. First thing is about what have changed all over the world. What we having right now, as been said just now earlier on. My screen time, I guess, will be the most among everyone in that particular room there in Solo. It's just that for the past 1 week, I was of course because I use a lot of a Google Map for the past 1 week because I'm moving here and there, going in one direction to one direction, and that's why I use a lot of that and doing my work using my phone, connecting with each other because I'm outside the office for the past 1 week. Anyhow, coming back to that's one of the things that that will be what have changed our behavior previously and right now, you know. So first part of it is about the great reconfiguration of what we as basically as part of this digitalized or digital economy or the future of digital future that we have, and as part of the theme for the conference itself. What have changed the work, the value, the power in the next economy as what I've seen it. So basically, as been mentioned just now by the keynote and also by the address, early on address by the deputy rector of the vice rector and also by the dean, that things have certainly changed from the industry giant, and right now we have a little. Who are the major giants, the major companies, firms around the world today, different from what we have years ago, right? From those who are championing in digital platform are the one who control the business, are the one who have the control of the economy itself, and the one who have the share of the of this business world that we have today, right? For example, some companies like Apple, Microsoft, Google itself, where we use a lot of Google, including myself, who use for the past 1 week to use Google Map to travel from one place to the other place. And Nvidia, as we all know, and Microsoft, as we use all the platform that we are using right now, from email and everything else. So for this one, it's not just about the shift in leadership, but it's the fundamental that rewrite the whole economics rule itself. We move from what we call as the economics of atom to the economics of byte. We're talking about bytes. We're talking about how big is our, and we are connected through this platform right now through Zoom, which enable us to do the sharing of knowledge and whatnot through not just what we seen years ago. Right, and from physical capital, we move valuing into data, network, algorithm, and whatnot. What they presented by Dr. Taufik just now is rather interesting. That looks into data, algorithm, looks into the kind of behavior using the kind AI and algorithm platform to use to transform that kind of results out, right? And as everyone knows, data is already the new asset, the new oil, as some have been said. Yet, and this one also disrupt the whole economic model that we known from of what data itself, becoming what we call as not just about big data, how valuable the data that we have, like what been done, for example, like what Dr. Taufik done and earlier researcher and all of us have been doing. We're talking about how important is this world, digitalized world to us that change the whole particular system of economics, businesses, political scenario and whatnot, right? And at the same times, as we all know, also we gone through globalization to digitalization. It's not this has been gone through for since some years back, especially after the COVID or during the COVID time, and then it's also changed the way that we see businesses, firms, and so on, right? And the other part that also shift was the trend towards more towards sustainability, right? It's not just about climate change. Just now, it's been mentioned by the keynotes. It's beyond the climate change itself. It's how we perceive, how we seen this idea of ESG, not just to get the ESG and then that's it, but it's more also beyond that. Environmental or social governance is there. It's about responsibility of us, responsibility of the firms, responsibility of the society itself, moving forward into that particular direction in the future of sustainable growth itself, right? And the other part that I also want to mention overall about the future of economy is about how we seen this, how I seen of the skill mismatch crisis. So some of the skill actually has been shrinking now more towards talking about we have a massive reskilling of technicality, data literacy, financial literacy, critical thinking, creativity, and so on and so on. So and that's also moving forward into what kind of job for the future, as we can see a lot in like World Economic Forum and all the other reports that we have. And what's the function of the university? That's another matter to talk about, right? So reskilling, like myself, I guess some of my friends sitting in the room just now, when the moderator asked what is your what is our screen time, everyone struggling to find where is the screen time in the phone. So that's a kind of skill perhaps we should have, a basic skill for now and what's going to be in the future. All right, for perhaps generation X, generation Y, that is not common. For generation Z, that is common. So things have changed and going to have more changes after this. It talks about reskilling and so on. And related to the reskilling is about the talent that we have. It's about how the talent moving forward right now, more flexible, more mobile, more, in that sense, with the competition in the sense of AI, cybersecurity, biotech, and whatnot. So countries, companies have attracted a lot of skilled workers to that particular place, or they can work here. For example, I can work here, but I work for the MNC big company, but I work in my room, I work at home. This kind of arrangement have changed from the skill mismatch, reskilling up to the talent that we have. So what's going to be happen in the future, right? And just to promote along the way that this book is coming up soon. Don't ask me who is the model. It's not me. But then again, the book coming, which is a research book that we have with the other two, my other two friends, on the future of economy in Asia, that talks about geopolitical diplomacy, technological revolution, part of what I'm talking about here, especially and theme of this conference, and about sustainable pathway, which touch on the issues that I mentioned just now, the mega trends, the geopolitical direction, talent mismatch, and so on, right? Which bring up the issues, right? The second part of it, it's actually part two. What I want to mention is to give an example of implication results, empirical results that is available out there, some of the literature that's out there. Right, so this is one of the report by United Nations, of course, just to summarize down what is inside here of this report, digital economy report, that talks about shaping the environmental, sustainable, inclusive digital future. Right, as everyone knows, digitalization transforming the economy, society, as I mentioned just now, and the future of this economy, according to the report, depends on whether countries can align the digital growth with environmental sustainability and inclusivity across nations. It's easy to say, it's easy to put on the paper what we want to do, but you have to ensure that not just the government going into that direction, but the whole society as a whole to be inclusive, to be a part of it. Right, this is another research that's published somewhere, I think in 2024, that talks about Southeast Asia. The digital economy in Southeast Asia expanded with huge potential growth, inclusion, and competitiveness, like the first paper just now by Professor Wan Azman that talks about financial inclusion, and the rest of my colleagues, I'm sure, right? How Southeast Asia have moved forward into that direction. Same thing goes to this paper that talks about the challenges for that, talks about what we have, the AI, IoT, AR, blockchain, and so on and so on. All these technology have changed the way the society perceive the society moving forward from here, right? Talks about it's going to be a key driver for economic growth, efficiency, innovation, if we handle with care, I will use that word, right? This one paper published last year in Congen, that focus on digital economy and economic growth from Indonesia. Of course, the conclusion from there is of what the Indonesian government are doing and will be doing, as what we mentioned also by the dean just now. One of the the initiative for the digital economy to expand the infrastructure, upgrade skills, regulated digital commerce and whatnot for the future. Right, this is a paper by me and my students, although I do not present the whole thing. This is part of it that we are doing. My student focusing on digital economy and sharing economy. That's two parts, not just digital economy, but sharing economy, and put that into an economic model and see how it impact economic growth for the future, and focusing on the SDG 8 that we mentioned earlier on just now in the conference, and SDG 12 or 13 that focusing on this result itself, right? And this is the concept that the thesis actually using on the measurement of sharing economy, digital economy, sustainable development, and control some of the control variable, and found that these two, digital economy and sharing economy, are important, have important impact, positive impact on the economic growth in Malaysia. This study is focusing on Malaysia only, right? And the future. I put there the title that the future is in our hand. This is a summary, right? I think I have about how many minutes more? 2 minutes, 3 minutes, I guess. How about that? as mentioned just now earlier on about reconfiguration, rewritten the economy, resetting the economy, reshape the economy because of what happened, the mega trend, the disruption, as we can call it, and where are we moving forward from here? Right, have shifted from industry giants into digital platform. Value lies now into data. Data are so valuable. Whatever data that we collected are very valuable and even analyze. We analyze pattern, we analyze behavior, we analyze and so on and so. We analyze the nudge, digital nudge perhaps, and so on and so on. And that's how the economy will move forward for me, right? And some I put some results and implication about digitalization drive growth, but also raise environmental costs on the same side. So how we want to balance this thing up. In Southeast Asia, huge digital potential, but constrained by infrastructure and skill gap. Still here in Southeast Asia, and of course, the whole world having that also, and people moving here and there, mobile, how we can regulate it, or how firms actually can regulate it, or country can do that. And number four, one of the key message from my sharing here is about the future is in our hand. I always believe that technology is neutral. Can widen inequality and harm environmental or foster inclusive, sustainable progress. So we have to handle technology with care, especially digitalization processes. Right. Number five is about how we put, because again, the future is in our hand. The choice is in terms of policy, education, investment, regulation today. It will determine the future path. That whatever we set on today, whatever we have the vision today for the firms, for the country, or even individual, will set forth for the future. That's what we want, we invest a lot in digitalization or digital investment or the skill to upgrade, then what's going to happen the next 5, 10 years, 20 years from now? And the last one is that all of these dynamics of I mentioned just now actually highlights the urgent needs for more research, exploration in research. So that's opened up more research for us as a researcher, as an academician, as in the universities, because all these things, whatever done by the government or the investment by the government, will need more support from the research side, so that this thing will go hand in hand and benefited impact for the society, right? How we can bring up the community, the society itself, driven the whole economy itself, and as our tagline in UNIMAS says, is community driven for the sustainable world or sustainable future that we wanted to, right? With that, thank you very much. I hope the sharing have benefited or will benefited for some of us or the audience there. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Please warm applause for Prof. Evan Lau. But only 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. What does it mean, Prof. Evan Lau? Ngegah berimpaktuala legend and apais apit. I think that you have some special message why this hashtag is presented here, actually. What does it mean?
Ngegah berimpact is a meaning, is a local meaning here in Sarawak. Ngegah means you just try to show off, something like that. It's a local Sarawak language, Sarawak language. Right, so impact is impact. Ngegeh is showing off, but with impact.
Right.
Showing off with impact, something like that. The other one just now, Tuala legend, is just that's my tagline for me running. Normally, I went to run. I have a towel that I use in my head. The third one is because I have a twin. So in Iban language, sapit means twin. Iban local dialect language. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Prof. Evan. Please warm applause once again for the Prof. Evan Lau. So I think it looks like flexing with impact kali ya, in our point of view, showing off with the impact. So it seems that I have received a special signal from the committee. So at this point, before we begin to the next speakers, I will return the floor to our Master of Ceremony first. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Dila Makrifani. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we would like to postpone our plenary session to listen to a second keynote speech from Professor Bruno Sergi from Harvard University, United States, and University Messina, Italy, who have joined with us. To Professor Bruno Sergi, I humbly invite you to proceed to the stage, to deliver your plenary session.
I can say, I don't know. Okay, all right, yeah, it's fine. And the PowerPoint, what about, is this the latest PowerPoint? Okay, yeah. So, Selamat pagi. Good morning. I'm very happy to be at Universitas Sebelas Maret again. I'm very happy when I come back to Indonesia all the times. And I like Indonesia very much. And I have many good friends at this university too. So, good morning again. And I just landed to Solo Airport, and while on the plane, I was reading the magazine, Garuda magazine, and in the latest Garuda magazine, I was very surprised to go through a paper, an article about the first ELF special economic zone that has opened in close to Bali, in Sanur, a few weeks ago. And this first ELF special economic zones has been inaugurated by Indonesia president end of June. And reading the paper, reading the article, I saw that these ELF special economic zones offers world-class healthcare services to everyone. So technology, we are talking about technology. And technology is becoming the new driver of economic growth. While in the past, when I was a very young professor, the driver of economic growth was still the Keynesian economics. So investment, government, and so on. At that time, it was still important. Still important. And maybe the novelty at that time was to have very good entrepreneurs caring about economic growth. Computers were at the very beginning of the technology history. There was no Google. Today we have the artificial intelligence. Today, even researchers, even professors maybe overuse artificial intelligence to elaborate papers. When I was a very young researcher, there was no artificial intelligence. And the research activity was done in the libraries, reading paper by paper. It was a very demanding job. Today is much easier. However, technology is spreading all across, while waiting for the flight from Jakarta to Solo, I was looking at the best CPU screens, monitors, and the most recent, powerful, and with young, I think also students, working with the smartphones. Maybe just chatting with the smartphones, but we can work with smartphones. And so we are amid a new wave of economic growth. For example, today when teaching, when in classroom, I inform my students, I tell my students that in the past, the industrial revolution waves lasted up to 6 years. Today, the latest, the current industrial revolution will last about 20, maybe no more than 25 years. And because of technology. So technology is, or the digital economy is reshaping our systems. And there are a few very big questions we need to talk about, but there is no time today to address these very big questions. But my colleague before was talking about geopolitics, megatrends, and reskilling. But when we talk about geopolitics and geoeconomics and megatrends, a very big question we need to try to just to talk about is whether the digital economy or technology will be the unique driver of economic growth, or whether together with the digital economy we need to address additional issues at the same time. Think about the ethics of technology. Who will own technology? Who will manage the artificial intelligence, the ownership? And so the ethical side of this digital development will be, according to me, a very big issue. And another big issue that I do not want to elaborate on today is about the leadership. If we focus on what the Chinese president says, or President Trump, even President Trump says, it's about the leadership of technology. So today we are reading about nanometers. The microchips, whether 7 or 5 or 3, the mass consumption of and the mass production of these. However, I wonder whether to improve the quality of life, to have social progress, economic progress, I doubt whether the leadership is per se the solution of all our problems. But President Trump, President Xi Jinping, and other presidents as well, talk about leadership, to be leader. They want to be leader in technology, and not the followers, but maybe the production of good microchips, for example, to manage good technology and to spread the technology all across countries will be enough to improve our societies a lot. Anyway, we need to reskill our societies because technology, this is what the technology is about. So we need a technology and good workers. We need technology, good researchers, good professors, and good students as well. And with a mismatch between technology and knowledge, the outcome is going to be a negative outcome, a negative one. So we need to reskill workers. So we need to reskill especially old workers. So I have a PowerPoint, a long PowerPoint. I will try to taking stock of a few slides. This is the European experience. Even in Europe, we are talking about the digital economy and of the digital economy, and the European Union has a big project about the digital economy. I will introduce to you in a few minutes. And but just to make an introduction about the European Union. Excuse me, sorry. Okay, so about technology, we need to harness technology to drive a change, an economic change, although the change must be positive for everyone, okay, for everyone. And that is a very big problem, a very big issue. Was an issue that of having a fair society without technology, and with technology that the issue is going to be even bigger to solve, to fix. And in the case of Europe, we have this macroeconomic environment scenario. According to the OECD, in 25 and 26, only Mexico will enter a recession. Otherwise, all Western economic countries will show some sort of GDP growth. And in Europe, just a little. In Europe, for example, Germany is amid trouble, economic growth trouble. And for that reason, the new German chancellor has welcomed a huge public spending strategy. But on the public spending strategy in Europe, I will say a bit more later today. So in Europe, after the pandemic, we saw a rebound of economic growth, and this rebound of economic growth is spreading all the European Union and the labor markets. Today, a few other countries in Europe would like to join the EU, and Ukraine, for example, is a candidate country for joining the EU. And a few countries in the Balkan Peninsula are candidate countries for EU membership. And in the past, the European Union system has created 1 million of jobs, of new jobs. And there is also a forecast about the job market in Europe up to 2030. And you can see that in terms of job market, job production, and the European Union is doing well. Although in the case of older workers, we need to do something more and to have a more active older worker population, and more active, and to show a larger impact on economic growth. And then I found for you a couple of data about the real wages, and let me skip a few slides. This is about the gross monthly minimum wages in the EU. We have a very diverse situation in the European Union. So the minimum wage of the lowest in Europe is in Bulgaria, 551 as of early 2025, and the highest is in Luxembourg. And Ukraine is not yet part of the European Union, 182, and Moldova 285. That is the gross minimum wage in Europe. And so that is the case of Europe. So a very diverse economic growth, very diverse labor markets. So they very diverse productivity levels. So if we want to read the European experience and to incorporate into this analysis the digital economy and technology, well, this slide is enough powerful to understand that we need to care about the ethical aspect of technology. So the new technology, new technological waves have to be managed by everyone. So all population has to benefit from the introduction of new technologies and the digital. So let me skip a few slides, but in the case of real wage growth, the real wage growth, you see the list of countries, and the emerging markets in Eastern Europe show the highest increase in the real wage. As this conference is about emerging markets, and as the conference is about the digital economy and emerging markets, this table about Europe can give us a lot of information, a lot of details about what is going on in Europe. So we have emerging markets in Europe. Workers in those markets are benefiting from very high increase in real wages, but still there is a large gap. And when introducing technology into European labor markets and in the European industrial system, we need to be very careful about economic mismatch, about skill mismatch, and about productivity mismatch. And today, another issue in Europe is about the driver of the political strategy of the European Union to spend more on the military sector. And the military sector in Europe is going to provide an additional push to this mismatch, as I will tell you in a few months. So let me skip slides about real wages. Only this one, real wage in the EU 2024. So all emerging markets show the top on the top of this list, and in the case of, for example, Italy 1.66 plus, Finland 1.4 plus, but in the case of Romania, Poland, Hungary, the progression of real wages was and is much higher. So that is the forecast for emerging Europe. Emerging Europe is in Central Europe and Eastern Europe. And also the forecast for all 2025, the forecast shows that emerging Europe will benefit a lot from this economic transformation in terms of real wage increase. So, instead, other countries in the post-COVID period have shown a very low real GDP, real wage increase. When we focus from 2000 to today, we see in the case of Spain, for example, plus 20%. In the case of Italy, plus 15%. And in the case of Bulgaria and Romania, we have an increase close to 70%. That is normal because of this is the characteristics of being an emerging market. But still, there is a big issue. We need to reskill workers in Central Europe. We need to reskill workers in Eastern Europe. And we need to provide all workers with the most recent, most innovative, cutting-edge technologies or the digital economy. So, additional challenges that Europe is facing. The challenges are about military. So the European Union strategy is to spend up to $800 billion euros on military and on military spending. And this military spending is thought by many people, especially bureaucrats, to become a new stimulus of economic growth. However, this military spending has to be rethought in terms of the digital economy and about the need for having a fair society. So all people must benefit, must get a benefit. And but a few slides will tell you about the challenges of what is going on in Europe and the challenging of this trade-off, spending on military, spending on technology associated with the military sector and our societies. So the military sector, so defense. So defense implies technology, technological innovation. And so technological innovation requires also skills. So we need a very skilled workforce for the military. We need to spend a lot of money for military. I mean, this is the strategy they use in the EU. But at the same time, we need to propose social progress. We want a social progress. And artificial intelligence can improve efficiency. You know that can improve efficiency. Can improve also reduce the cost of productivity, but artificial intelligence and the digital economy often displace unskilled human labor. That is a big challenge for us, especially in Europe. Europe has a huge social economic strategy. I wrote a book almost 20 years ago about the Brussels consensus, a bit this social perspective of economic growth in Europe. But the adoption of military, so this military strategy, a huge investment on military complicates this trade-off. So we need high-skilled workers for the military. We need technology for military. But at the same time, the other side of, the flip side of the analysis is the social challenge. The social challenge. And at the same time, this huge investment on the military might have an additional impact on job loss on one side and wage polarization on the other side. So that is the novelty, the big novelty from the European, from an European perspective. But at the same time, this strategy comes with opportunities. So one opportunity is to create a linkage between a collaboration between defense industry and the ordinary society. And this collaboration might become instrumental to economic growth and employment opportunities, especially in a few countries. And also this reskilling program. So we need more workers for the military. We need to incorporate the military system with new artificial intelligence. And therefore, the policy option of having a new reskilling program might be fruitful to some extent. So there is this trade-off, a big trade-off in the European society. And in addition to wage polarization, and in addition to reskilling, because of the strategy and because of the digital, the artificial intelligence technology applied to military, we have another challenge within Europe. One challenge is about a regional challenge. So Northern European countries might benefit because of their systems. Their system can adopt progressive wage policies very quickly, very, very quickly. And can absorb also the adoption of artificial intelligence. Southern European countries instead are facing high public debt. My country, Italy, the country I come from, Italy has a public debt that is over 130% of GDP. And France is in trouble, big trouble today. And next week, maybe France will go through a vote of confidence and the government will be replaced by another government because of the issue of public debt and how to manage public debt in France.
Professor Bruno,
And
I'm sorry, Professor, you have 5 more minutes.
I have only 5. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And so there is this very big regional difference. So a few countries in Europe can benefit from this new military strategy, and other countries who are going to lose. Northern European countries may benefit more, and France, for example, England, although England is not part of the European Union, but the North. And Southern European countries instead have and will have less opportunities to benefit from this trade-off. So these military spending disparities will play quite a big and dynamic role in the next 5-7 years in Europe. And this in addition to what I said about who is going to control the digital economy, who is going to control artificial intelligence, the ownership of, and the real impact of technology all across the system. We still look at GDP growth. GDP growth is a very powerful, important metric to look at. But this matrix tells us nothing about the distribution of GDP growth. So we need to be very careful when addressing the digital economy, especially in emerging markets, because of the skill mismatch. And these challenges are more profound in emerging markets than they are in advanced countries. So as I have a few minutes, so the influence of information technology and artificial intelligence will be enormous on labor markets, in emerging markets as well as in advanced markets. And automation will replace specific roles, will change and will reset labor markets as well. And so we need to get ready for, to be ahead of this tech revolution, we need to diversify labor markets, but we need to absorb the impact of, the long-term impact of technology on labor markets. Otherwise, the mismatch, the social mismatch will become huge. So in the case of in the case of Europe, then I will complete the speech. So in the case of Europe, sorry, this one. Let me go back. Okay, in the case of Europe, in 2014, the European Union has introduced a Digital Economy and Society Index, and this index monitors digital development in Europe, in the European Union, sorry, in the European Union. And this index monitors critical areas that need priority policy actions. So the four main dimensions are human capital and connectivity, integration of digital technology, and digital public service. And starting 2023, this index has been integrated into the state of the digital decade, and with a progress towards 2030, and to transform the European Union in a very advanced digital society. So also in Europe, we are investing on this digital society, and 2030 is the digital decade compass. So I want to show you just a few this digital compass 2030. So what the EU has in mind, and we see also the goal. The goal, for example, the healthcare, the key public services, connectivity, information communication technology, and tech. And so, I mean, that is the compass. That is the compass. So the EU has a set a big strategy, and a numerical strategy with very clear goals to achieve by 2030. And the budget is quite huge in terms of digital transformation. So also the European Union is aware about the importance of introducing technology to invest on people, and then to have a large impact on people. So this is the Compass 2030 is for Europe a kind of megatrend, an additional megatrend, and so reskilling will be part of this strategy, because we need to reskill the society, the European society, especially in the southern part of Europe. And this compass has nothing to do with the geopolitics, though. Although the megatrend perspective, the reskilling perspective, and the long-term driver of economic growth will become major components of the new of this strategy. So maybe you can share the PowerPoint with all conference participants. Maybe much easier, yeah, because it was quite long, this PowerPoint, over 45 slides to present. Too long to present for today, but let me wrap up what I said so far. So technology, yeah, technology is a beautiful word. We need more technology. We need to empower people with the technology. We need to empower students with technology, workers with technology. But at the same time, social progress is maybe the main focus of our societies. And everyone, all have to benefit, to get a benefit. So technology has to become beneficial for all. And so the ethical perspective of this new digital society the ethical perspective has to be addressed very carefully, very, very carefully. Otherwise, the skill mismatch and a benefit mismatch will continue in the future too. All right, thank you.
Please applause for Professor Bruno Sergi.
Terima kasih. Thank you. So, for any questions, maybe? No?
No, we don't have any question and answer session
okay.
for plenary.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Bruno Sergi, for the keynote speech on the digital economy in the Europe. Now we will resume our plenary session with Dr. Dila Makrifani. So, Dr. Dila, I return the control for the event to you.
Thank you, Mbak Alifa. Okay, so we continue our plenary sessions with our remaining speakers. So please welcome Dr. Halim. Dr. Halim representing the Honesty and Advancements, that's for HNA, with the leaderships and insights that mark true milestones in the practical and academic life. So please, Dr. Halim, the stage is yours for 15 minutes.
Right. Assalamualaikum and very good morning, I would say. Yeah. Thank you for inviting me to Solo. Right. It's such a lovely city, I would say. Yeah. And today I'm going to share my working paper. This is basically part of the grant that I get from UNS with Dr. Putra and Dr. Taufik. It is on actually on the fintech development on banks' performance, right? Okay, so as we know, financial sector is rapidly evolving in fintech adoption. We can see that the fintech investment, right, reached nearly $250 billion according to KPMG 2023, and 95% of adults in developed countries and 83% adults in developing countries are using digital payment. And basically, what is the advantage of fintech would be to address the issues and improve efficiencies and driving the inclusion. All right. So basically, what we can see is that we can simplify the access to financial services. Right, especially to at the rural areas and unbanked population, and of course, it will reduce the high costs of financial intermediation. Right, meaning that we do not have to building a new bank branch. Yeah, all right, in order to have for the rural area to get this the financial services. Okay, and of course by having fintech, it will reshape the business model. Okay, so as you can see, right, the fintech innovation, right, spans a wide array of services where we have robo-advisors for investments, peer-to-peer financing platforms, and payment solutions such as e-wallets, cryptocurrencies, and blockchain system. All right. So of course, we know that banks would offer, of course, a lower rate compared to the fintech companies where, all right, this offer, all right, through online, all right, it will attract the high risk, small scale borrowers, where this type of borrowers are, always been declined by the traditional banks. And fintechs poses new risks, data privacy, cybersecurity, and regulatory challenges, and of course, the transaction security vulnerabilities. Even though there are kind of disadvantage, the advantage and disadvantage of it, okay, of the fintech, all right, and of course the emergence of fintechs firms, right, it will disrupt the financial services offering industry, right, where you can by offering the cost-effective and innovative solution, there's commercial banks, what they can do is that they can retain the competitive advantage through relationship banking, all right, while also adopting advanced technology. And banks, right, they view fintech as opportunity for growth rather than a threat, and incorporate it through strategic partnership and acquisitions, right, that would enhance the overall performance of the commercial banks. All right, I think in Malaysia we do have 5 digital banks, 5 licensed digital banks, and it is basically backed up by the traditional banks. And to see the impact, of course, from the literature, okay, we can see there are many studies, right, studying on the impact of fintech, right, in the banking sector. I just list some of the studies that I can find, all right. Okay, so for this study, I believe that where the level of financial development in the country can also influence the extent of fintech that may impact the bank performance, all right. The basis is that, right, banks operate more efficiently in region with well-developed financial system where a financial environment could support the growth of fintech. And so I would say, the fintech would serve as the enabler of the fintech success, all right, by offering essential financial infrastructure, facilitating access to capital, enhancing regulatory framework, and fostering a trust-based environment that support innovation. And this is just a kind of, I adopt this from Pan Narayan papers published in Pacific Basin Finance Journals. All right, as you can see, there is, tremendous numbers on the fintech firms in Indonesia. Okay, the motivation of the study. All right, so basically, since there is a limited ability of fintech data, all right, to represent fintech development, so in this study, basically what we did is to develop the fintech development index actually. And of course, another motivation of the study is that there is no consensus lah. Okay, some of the studies they find a positive kind of impact, okay, on the innovation towards the banks, on the impact to the banks. And Okay, so the objective of the study is to investigate whether fintech development impacts bank performance across countries and examine the role of financial development as a moderator. And we construct, okay, in this paper, we construct a new fintech index using using word frequency statistics and media coverage of fintech related news. And we also explore the role of financial development in the fintech and bank performance relationship. And for the financial development index, we are using the multi-dimensional framework, okay, proposed by Civica 2016. And we are using the international data set, okay, consists of developed and developing countries. Okay, this is just to, I'm put forward the disruptive innovation theory, right, to relate what we have done in this paper, right? So basically, this theory introduced here, it posits that how emerging technologies or services can gradually reshape entire industries by meeting the needs of previously underserved or overlooked markets, right? So basically, we do have some kind of, issue where the underserved segment, right, and they are not financially included. So for this case, the innovation or the fintech, right, might give a cheaper option, yeah, or faster option, and to the underserved population. Okay, right. This is just kind of the review of the literature. I will just skip that. Of course, there are kind of a positive, impacts, okay, and the negative impact on the innovation. So these studies, we are using 58 countries, right, over the period of 2008 and 2020, and most of the data, we stop at the at this 2020, year 2020 because of the data, the availability of the data, okay, from the World Bank. Okay, so these are the 58 countries, right, that we are using in this study. So the baseline empirical models, right, basically it is the modified model from Nguyen and Hondula, right? So the performance, right, the performance is the bank performance data, macro level data. Fintech index, fintech is the fintech index that we develop, and financial development FD is the one that we borrowed from the what do you call the multi-dimensional financial development index data, right? Oh, sorry. Okay. All right. So how we construct the fintech index data? Okay. So basically, we are applying the tax frequency method, right? The first paper that we published, in Finance Research Letters on fintech and financial stability, we are using the same approach actually. Those are the three papers that using the same approach. Okay, so basically, what we are doing is that, we use these keywords, right? There are 4 dimensions. This keyword will be keyed into the Google, and we get the number, that appear from these keywords with the countries, right? So basically, what we believe is that, the higher volume of fintech index related news, it signal the integration of fintech into banking operation. Of course, there are words of banks, all right, for us to to limit, the number, all right, that would, for the number to be represent that particular year and country, okay. And basically, the initial how I get this kind of idea is that actually it is based on Cheng and Ku's paper published in Research in International Business and Finance, where they are using the same approach, but they are using Baidu search engine, all right, to get the figure and develop the fintech index, all right. Of course, the Cheng and Ku paper is based on bank level in China, all right. And the keyword search, we are using the English.
It will be 4 minutes left, Dr. Halim.
All right. Oh yeah. All right. Sorry. Okay, we are using the English language articles. All right, we get the number, and then for the and then we move. We are using principal component analysis. All right, and this is the another factor analysis, and it shows that, all right, the conforming variables are correlated, and the item used in constructing the fintech index have relatively high internal consistency. Okay, this is just kind of explaining the financial development measurement, right? And of course, for this paper, in order to address endogeneity, I'm using GMM system GMM to estimate the data. And most of the, some of the, this is the descriptive statistics, all right? So we just move to the empirical results. All right. Okay, what you can see is that, all right, the initial, the baseline regression, which shows that 2% decrease in fintech, would lead to 2% decrease in bank performance, all right. And when we segregate, the fintech index into each dimension, the 4 dimensions that I mentioned just now, all right, it shows that it has the consistent result, and it shows that the data technology dimension has the largest negative impact. Why? What we can say is that, right? So data technology is widely promoted, for enhancing decision making and efficiency. And adoption may initially disrupt traditional banking profitability, likely due to high implementation costs, staff restructuring, and integration challenges. And so, the empirical result shows that, the bank must balance innovation with profitability management and investing in data technology. Okay. All right, and next we move to the to the interaction. Interaction. This is the not the interaction. The interaction is down here. Basically, when we can, from when we also test, whether there is a non-linearity on fintech effect to the bank performance. It shows that there is a U-shaped relationship, and it is significant at 1%. And when we test on the financial development and fintech, all right, we shows that there is a better developed financial system can offset the disruptive impact of fintech. So, of course, since there is a kind of a non-linear, relationship here, so basically what we can see is that in the initial stages, the financial resources are required. Yeah, of course, banks, when they adopt the fintech things in the banks, all right, it needs money, and they would kind of need capital, all right. So basically, it is just to show you that, after certain times, so it can, the fintech, all right, can give a positive impact to the bank performance, all right. Okay. All right. So we just move to the conclusion here, all right.
We might jump to the 1 minute
Okay, sure.
conclusions. Dr. Halim.
All right, and we also use the ROE for the alternative measure of bank performance. It showed the same thing, right? The results are robust. And for the conclusion, all right, what we can say is that, since there is a U-shaped relationship between fintech and bank performance, initial at an early stage, it shows a negative impact. Negative effects due to high cost, delays, or competition, and whereas there is a positive impact after that at the later stage, and it shows that because it has gained efficiency and reduced asymmetry, and financial development also plays a moderating role, right? In applying the positive impact of fintech in advanced financial systems, right? And lastly is on the policy implication. It supports. The government, should support the fintech adoption by giving kind of incentive and subsidies, and the countries should also strengthen the financial infrastructure and regulatory framework, and encourage the collaboration between banks and fintech, and also need to balance the innovation with systemic stability. Right. So I think with that, thank you very much, Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Dr. Halim. And last but certainly not least, it is my great pleasure to invite our final distinguished speaker, Prof. Hui. The stage is yours for 15 minutes, but in brief, Prof. Hui is a name of the high impact, open to opportunities, and backed by years of excellence.
Thank
Please,
you very much.
Can we start?
Okay, very good afternoon, everyone. So I'm standing here between you and the lunch. So I'll try to finish as soon as possible. And the good news is I have less than 10 slides. So, okay. The title is the different digital transformation model. Now, let me start with telling you a story how I come to decide this topic to share with you here today. Basically, 4 months ago, I received an invitation from a conference from China to deliver a keynote on a conference of transforming to a digital society. So I start to get prepare the material, what to present as a keynote for a digital transformations conference. And the unique thing is they are not using the words digital economy. Instead, they are using digital society. So what I'm going to share with you for the next few slides will be something on digital economy and digital society. What is the difference? So we are going beyond digital economy. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm controlling the slide, sorry. Okay, so a brief taxonomy. Now we have the word digitizations, digitalizations, and digital transformations. I think most of us are using this word interchangeably, maybe the same. But precisely, if you check out digitizations, if a firm doing digitizations, basically the firm is buying in the machines, perhaps, using certain digital devices. So a further improve in the business process is considered digitalizations, whereas a total transformations of the business model only is considered as digital transformations. So where are we now? Now, the next few slides, I'm going to talk about how different governments actually view this digital transformation process. So this is slightly different with what we hear just now from a few of our distinguished speakers on the perspective of research, maybe perspective on tax mining, fintech. What I'm going to share in the next few slides is more on how different governments actually view digital economy or digital transformations for the country. Okay, I'm going to share 6 examples, 6 different countries, how they define the digital transformations for the country. The first will be, of course, my country, Malaysia. Now, this is the summary. This diagram gives you the summary of what the government of Malaysia actually view in terms of digital transformations. This symbolizes how they are going to allocate the resources to move the nations towards a digital economy. Now, the key pillar here, as you can see, will be rakyat, which is people. Investor, which is the business, right? We have investor, which is outsider. We want or we know the digital transformations depends a lot on investment. Of course, Malaysia as a small country, investment mainly will be from overseas, foreign direct investment. And of course, we also have internal investment, but the government focus a lot on foreign investment. And lastly will be business. Now, I have some summary on the pillar as well as the enabler. So this is taken from Malaysia Digital Economy Corporations. And this model is actually quite new. They only updated in the website, I think, last year. The next one will be from the United States. How the United States country, as a biggest country, economy in the world, view these digital transformations. Now, search out the internet, I found that they have this diagram in the website by the United States Agency for International Development. Now, this diagram will release in 2021. The framework shows that the main pillar for the planning is digital society, which is quite similar with with people, right? Society. And the other pillar is infrastructure. They focus a lot on how to build infrastructure that is digitalized or digitized. And another pillar will be digital economy. How to ensure the businesses are using digital model, for example, online. Right. In banking, we have online banking or internet business and so on. Now, another country I found interesting because not all countries we can find their digital transformation plan. Not every country come up with a plan like this. So there are only a handful of countries. So the next one that I found would be Vietnam, which is one of the earliest. In 2020, they already released this model, how the country planned to transform Vietnam into a digital economy. The word used, digital economy. So this is released by National Assembly of Vietnam, where you can see the pillar is digital government, digital economy, and something different there, digital society, which may be interpreted, of course, as people, right? So you can see they are kind of consistent in terms of how they view these digital transformations. The focus is a lot on the people, the economy, and the infrastructure. Okay, you need to get the equipment ready. You need to get the people having the knowledge, the right knowledge to use the equipment, right? And lastly, you need the governments to provide the environment, the right regulations, so that people can do the digital business. They are allowed to do it, right? For example, when the Grab, so-called sharing economy starting to get popular more than 5 years ago, many countries face challenges. How to regulate all these kind of new industry? So government really play an important role in the digital transformation process. So all government recognize that. That's why government is one of the pillars. But this one from Japan is different. Japan, this digital transformations framework released by Japan Institute for Social and Economic Affairs in 2020. This is the only one I can find for Japan related to digital transformations from the so-called official authority. And you can see that they are not focusing on digital economy. For Japan, they are focusing on society. The name is called Society 5.0. And when I look into the content, the diagram basically is digital economy. But the emphasis is between people and the economy and the technology. But the center is people, it's the society. So the enabler, which is too far away from me, I can't really see clearly, but I hope you can see it. They are focusing on two relationships between human and the technology. Okay, and I think the other one is between, it's okay, I think I don't have much time. Let's go to the next one, China. Now, China is quite late in declaring their digital transformations. They only released this 2023 by the Central Committee and the State Council of the Communist Party. The framework or the model released by China is quite detailed. As you can see, the main pillar, they have five. They have digital economy, digital government, and a new thing here is digital culture. Then they have digital society, and another new pillar, not in the previous model, digital ecology, which is the environment. So you can see the latecomers, they will absorb whatever the other has proposed and bringing new element for digital transformations. So it is a dynamic process. And the China framework has quite detailed or quite structurally arranged in terms of the relationship between the pillars as well as what are the enablers to move these 5 pillars. And the last one, of course, we save the best for the last, will be Indonesia. So when I present this in China 3 months ago, I don't have this slide on Indonesia. But because of the invitations for me to come here and to give another talk on digital economy, so last week I started to search, do Indonesia have a digital transformation model? And I found out, yes. And it is released only last year, which is the latest as compared to the other 5. And you can see that the model is even more comprehensive. There are 5 pillars for Indonesia digital transformations. It is called the Kerangka Arah strategies. And basically, it is aiming to achieve digital economy in Indonesia 2030. And that is basically not the end of the story, but it's just a stepping stone for the Indonesia to achieve what? Another, let me see if I put it here. I think the next slide. Basically is to achieve the Vision Indonesia Emas 2045. I believe all of you here understand what is this, right? But I only learned this last week when I start preparing this material. So I think Indonesia have even longer visions. What these digital transformations will bring you to, okay? 2045 Indonesia Emas. So coming back to the model proposed by Indonesian governments, the focus is on infrastructure, human talent, which is people, and environment. So you can see that they already absorb what the government proposed, right? The iklim bisnis and keamanan cyber. Then they have this new element, which is research, innovations, and business expansions. And lastly, something unique, pendanaan dan investasi, which is funding, research. Am I right? I'm not sure I interpret correctly. Okay, this is released in the Indonesian language. And the foundations of this is kebijakan and regulasi. So the Indonesian model also have government. But the government is not the pillar, but the cushions that ensure the 5 pillars will work. So they will, they will design the correct regulations to ensure the businesses and the people will develop into a digital society. And I even found a digital society index by a government, I think it should be an agency, Index Masyarakat Digital Indonesia, which is what the Japanese model see, right? They are focusing on digital society, not digital economy. Because ultimately, what digital economy want to do is to achieve a good welfare to the society, right? So they straight away look at the ultimate aim of what the society want. It's a better society. Not only a better digital economy, but the better digital economy should serve to a better society. And Digital Society Index of Indonesia, they have a very interesting design. There are 4 pillars there. Number 1 is infrastructure and ecosystem. Number 2 is digital skill. Number 3 is empowerment. And the last one is job. Of course, it's job in the digital society, right? And they even have quantitative data to measure all this. So congrats to you all. I think your government is doing a marvelous job because you are moving into measuring digital transformations. And the index shows that pillar 1 and 2 is doing great. What is need to be done more is pillar 3 and pillar 4. And this will be my last slide. I just put all the model together, showing you what is the differences. In terms of the digital framework, digital transformation framework proposed by each of the governments, their enabler, and also the current status of what is their digital so-called infrastructure. For example, internet penetration rate by this year. You can see that Malaysia is having 97.7, is the highest among all, followed by, I think, USA also quite high, 93, and Vietnam, 79%. Japan, surprisingly, is 80-something, 88%. Yeah, and China is only 79%, and Indonesia is about 81%. And the fintech adoption index also show that Indonesia is 49%, China is the highest, 87%, whereas the other country is around 40%, 30 to 40%. Malaysia is slightly above 50%. So with this, we can see that actually different governments, they look at this digital transformation process slightly different. And they do adjust to what the country actually strength. For example, in the US model, you can basically see they have some element of international positioning in their digital transformation model. Whereas in the China model, you can see that they have some element of the government system, because it's a communist system. So they add that element inside. And for the Japan, they are really focusing on the spiritual. So it's more on the society, the inner human needs in these digital transformations. It's not so much about the economy prosperity. So these are the different models. If you are doing some research on these digital transformations, I believe maybe a paper to compare the progress of digital transformation across country will be very useful. So with that, I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Hui. Such incredible insights that we get from the presentations. So finally, ladies and gentlemen, we just finished all for the speakers for today, 5 speakers. So 4 from physically here, and then Dr. Evan Lau, I think still engaged in the Zoom. All right, so what a meaningful session we have just shared today from each of our distinguished speakers, and we have received insights that broaden our understanding of the digital economy, from the financial inclusion, future analysis in the business future, and then from the fintech index and so forth. I would like once again to express my deepest gratitude to all the distinguished speakers for the valuable contributions, and to all participants for your attentions and enthusiasm. Once again, thank you, Dr. Taufik, thank you, Prof. Asman, thank you, Dr. Halim, thank you, Prof. Hui, and thank you, Prof. Evan Lau. So before I close these plenary sessions, please kindly that I will like to close with a pantun, as I started with pantun also. So to Universitas Sebelas Maret, we love so much. Okay, once again, okay? To Universitas Sebelas Maret, we love so much.
Cakep.
To our distinguished speakers, thank you very much.
Cakep.
It's not yet, actually. It's not finished yet. So we already done our plenary sessions as our brunch. So let's prepare for having lunch. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for this plenary session.
Thank you to Dr. Dila for leading the plenary session. Distinguished participant, that was the end of the plenary session. Before we proceed to the next agenda, I would like to represent the committee to deliver a small token of appreciation to our speakers today. I invite Professor Bruno Sergi, Professor Wan Asman Saini, Dr. Abdul Halim Ahmad, and Professor Hui Chewoi to proceed to the front of the stage to receive our small token of appreciation. We also invite Dr. Sutaryo, the Vice Dean of Non-Academic Affairs of FEP UNS, to deliver the token of appreciation. Yeah, Prof. Bruno. Professor Wan Asman Saini, please. Dr. Abdul Halim Ahmad. And lastly, Professor Hoi Choi. Moving on to the next agenda, before we step out for the lunch, before the parallel session, we would like to announce the Best Paper Award for Sebelas Maret International Conference on Digital Economy 2025. We have 3 categories of Best Paper. The first one for Master Student category, second one on Doctoral Student category, and the third one on Lecturer and Researcher category. Oh, before before we go to the Best Paper Award, we would like to deliver one more token of appreciation to Dr. Taufik Arifin. To Dr. Taufik Arifin, please move forward. Thank you. All right, now for the Best Paper Award for Master Student category, we have Bimo Saktiawan from Universitas Gajah Mada. Please, Mr. Bimo Saktiawan, to move forward to receive the Best Paper Award. And to hand the award for the winner, we have Dr. Tastaf Tian Rizvandi, the Vice Dean of Student and Alumni Affairs of FEB UNS. Please come forward to deliver the Best Paper Award. Pak Andi, please stay in. Yeah, one more, Pak Andi. Okay, for the next category, Doctoral Student Award, we have Ika Swasti Putri from Universitas Sebelas Maret. To Miss Ika Swasti Putri, please come forward to receive the Best Paper Award. Okay, for the next category, Lecturer and Researcher Award, we have 2 winners. Please, we have Bapak Dr. Putra Pamungkas to hand the award. The second winner for Lecturer and Researcher Award falls to Mr. Rahmat Heru Setianto from Universitas Airlangga. Okay, the first position for lecturer and researcher best paper award falls to Dr. Ahmad Danu Prasetyo from OJK Institute. To Dr. Ahmad Danu Prasetyo, please come forward. Tinggal fotonya aja. Okay. Unfortunately, we don't have Dr. Ahmad Danu Prasetyo with us, so we will deliver the award separately to Dr. Danu Prasetyo. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of our keynote speech and plenary session of Sebelas Maret International Conference on Digital Economy. Representing all the organizing committee, I would like to thank all of the distinguished speakers and participants for your participation in our annual conference. We truly hope that the conference brings fruitful discussion and memorable experience for all of you. I would like to invite all the speakers and participants to step outside to have a lunch served by Swiss Bell Hotel International, and then the parallel session 1 will be held in room Lawean 1, Lawean 2, Kauman, Ngarsopuro 1, and Ngarsopuro room on the first floor promptly after the lunch break at 1 p.m. And for your information, please be ready in your respective room at least 10 minutes before the session starts. Oh, okay. So there is a, okay. So the parallel session will start at 1:30 p.m. Okay. Thank you to all participants and speakers. Oh yeah. Thank you also to Prof. Evan Lau to join us today virtually from Sarawak. Thank you, Prof. Evan. I hope we can see you again. Right. Okay, to all participants and speakers, please enjoy your lunch. See you again in the parallel session. Thank you.
The Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret has established its vision to be a leading school of economics and business at the national level and recognized at the international level. The Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Sebelas Maret currently has 8 degree programs consisting of 4 bachelor undergraduate programs, 3 master programs, and 1 doctoral program. All programs have been accredited by the National Accreditation Board or BAN-PT and Independent Accreditation Institution or LAMEMBA. to produce graduates who have strong creative personalities and are able to compete in the era of globalization. The Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas